Hi, everyone. Welcome to Lakeside Legends. I'm Cole Wolfrun, your dungeon master for a story in the world of Alavar, a side story for the Chronicles of Ravira, set 3,000 years in the past. This is a homebrew Dungeons and Dragons TTRPG. And as I said, I'm your DM, Cole Wolfrun. And first and foremost, we're going to introduce our lovely players. So I'll call them out and they introduce their character and themselves. So first off, Storm.
I am Storm. I will be playing Lady Atropa Nerium, also known as Lady Sawbones.
Awesome. All right, Lore.
I am Lore, and I will be playing Angle Banrina. Had to look at my notes to make sure I pronounced that right.
Bex.
Hi, I am Bex. I'm going to be playing Brookabella Omiton Bonebuckle, also known as Bob.
I love it.
And they are a dwarf fighter.
All right, and Jacob. And I'm expecting all the titles.
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm Jacob. I'll be playing Archmage Baron Commander Raphael Blackwood.
All right, and then Dove.
And I'll be playing Feral. And that's it. All she has.
That's
all you're getting. So that's literally all she has. That's it. There's literally nothing else.
So those are our players, and in this 5-session miniseries, we will be titling The Tragedy of Etharis. And just a few notes before we get started. Our community Discord, Lakeside Village, is open. Join for the memes, art, cosplay, and storytelling, especially if you like memes. There are a lot of memes on that Discord.
You're welcome.
You can also visit our website, lakesidelegends.com, for all our VODs and content. Also, with the Discord, there is a little thing where you can ask the cast things. So if you want to get in there, ask those questions, feel free. And we'll see you guys after the intro. And welcome back, everyone. It is an older time on the world of Alavar, on the continent of Etharis. A grand ball is being held for an event that is the coming together of many dignitaries, warriors, wizards, nobles from around the world, mostly from the continent, but a few notable exceptions from the continent of Ravira. The great king of this land, the king of Charnault, King Esmar, has called people together because of something brewing in the waters around his continent, around his shores. And with that, you all, well, 4 of you, find yourselves in a very grand ballroom, standing in line, waiting to walk across the ballroom floor, and where the king is standing on the other side. A man with a big parchment rolls it out. When they call your names, please step forward and walk your way towards the king. Thank you very much. First, Baron Atropa Miriam, the Lady Sawbones, with her wife, Trace. And can you please describe what they see walking across?
Okay, so as per usual in cosplay, fairly similar to what I'm wearing now, you see a high elf, blue hair, paler skin, darker makeup, wearing fairly regal looking black clothing, black cloak, a couple of scars on her face that I forgot to do earlier, but oh well. And on her arm is a very pale, almost like chalky white tiefling, slightly taller than Atropa herself. Lighter, almost pastel blue hair and pastel clothing as well. A lot more femme and also very regal.
She whispers, she goes, Thank you for not putting my full title on there, dear. It always draws too much attention.
No worries. I think they want my attention anyway, so.
So as you're walking down across, people are like bowing, dignitaries and stuff. And you get to the end and you see the getting on there in years, human king, graying beard, hair about down to here. And he goes to sit, he goes, Lady Atropa and Lady Bliss. Bows to Triss. And she goes, it's actually Lady Miriam now.
Thank you for inviting us.
Of course. Your seat at the, at the council table awaits. He points to a very, very grand circular table with seats which, as soon as you kind of look at one that catches your eye, magically branded your name appears upon it with a chair that turns the color of yours turns black and your wife's turns white.
Cool.
The guy, Richmond, he just goes, she goes, General Bob.
Okay, so you see obviously a dwarf, so shorter stature. She is wearing a kind of jumpsuit that has a sort of tabard that goes over it, and she's kind of fussing at it. Looks deeply uncomfortable to be dressed up and out of armor. And she is a kind of middle-aged dwarfen woman, mostly black hair, but distinct gray streaks in the front. And a kind of swagger to her walk.
Standing next to, and the guy says, and her squire. Standing next to Bob is a half giant named Timble, wearing a big banner across his shirt that says, Battle got you hungry? Come on down to Forged in Flour for all your baked good needs. That he's literally passing out flyers to all the lords as they're walking past.
My hype man.
Yeah, and he is also, given for record for half giants, he is about 13 feet tall. He's half hill giant, and he's reaching down. Yeah, make sure you come on by. Yeah. And he's just handing them out, like reaching over Bob to like other people. And as you get to the end, the King Esmar is looking, and he's just, so it's Bob now.
It's a little bit of a mouthful otherwise, so we got to shorten it for the slower folks.
Of course, your chair and your friend. Timble. My name's Timble.
My assistant.
He may not join us at the table, but he may do as he is doing, just not on the ballroom floor. Right. And he walks out, and he walks out this big devil goes, he goes, come on down to Forged in Flour. Come on, folks. Best pastries in all the realm. Well, all of them, actually.
I would die for Timble.
And you actually recognize, Raphael, that this man was once a student of yours, and he is on his break from the college, and he has come back to work for the king. And he goes, Archmage, good to see you. Could we perhaps talk sometime tonight about...
Yes, later.
Right, and you notice his accent did change completely, and then he just turns back. And now, Archmage Baron Commander Raphael Blackwood.
Stepping forward is a tiefling man, about 5'10"-ish, long black hair, kind of going behind the shoulders with like strands of gray through it, but a heavily salt and peppered dark beard. He's got very thick, one horn goes up straight up, and the other one is broken at about like 4 to 5 inches like above the head. At this point, it's like worn smooth, but it doesn't look like it's going to be growing back anytime soon. And his left eye, there's like all these heavy, deep scars around it, and it is just straight up. It looks like a blue dragon's eye. It's like 3 steps beyond reptilian. He's got crow's feet. He smiles a bit, and like a brass mantle over this like very, very simple yet very beautiful dark gray robe that's belted around the waist. He's got a ancient looking book that's hanging from his belt by almost like ceremonial and functional like chains and locks to keep it locked up. A lot of drapery and a metal staff that looks like it's made of like 5 different metals with like flaring colors going through it, almost like veins. And whenever it hits the ground, it does that like really heavy metal echo that like, you know, staves do in movies. And he's walking. He's definitely got like a hefty. He's not carrying himself ramrod straight. He's got a bit of a saunter to him as he walks.
And next to him, so discreet that the announcer didn't even see her, a small gnome is just scurrying at his feet, just taking notes of everything she sees. She's a little deep gnome with white hair, and she's got piercing green eyes. And her name is Eleanor, and she actually starts to get ahead of Raphael, and is looking like she's about to walk straight into the king's leg.
Eleanor, eyes up.
Oh. And she steps back and she goes, Majesty person? He just looks down. Always finding the most interesting people around you, Blackwood.
The most brilliant minds are in the most unsuspecting of places, Your Highness. And he bows.
As you've taught me over the years, my old friend. Now please, if you'll join us at the table.
Of course.
Yeah, and you see there's already a seat assigned to you, Blackwood, and it's right next to the king. And those of you who are from this continent, Raphael, all of you have reputations. Bob's reputation has basically been a very, very efficient fighter, very efficient in guerrilla tactics. Blackwood's got a little bit more acclaim through being the strategist in the last war, working directly for the king and making sure he won. And on the other side, the losers of that war, Atropa was there to make sure the dead found their right resting place. So, and there actually have been times where Atropa and Blackwood have fought each other a couple times back when the war happened. It's been about 30 years ago since the war, so I'll let you guys decide how that festivals. And finally, this one, there is a what's the word I'm looking for? An entourage of plate mail wearing knights walk into the room and stand in each hold as you see a little elven squire, actually pretty burly kid, elven squire. He runs up and he goes, I'll be announcing her if you don't mind. There's the lady chosen of Adan himself, Lady Angel Banriona.
It's completely unnecessary.
It's always necessary for you, my lady.
It's not necessary. Anyways, you see coming out this high elf woman with this long, straight, cool spring green hair that at the ends, the very tips of it turn into this kind of a sunlight blonde yellow. Her eyes are the same color, but they're cloudy, and it's hard to tell. She's looking directly at things, but she looks like she should be blind. Under her skin is this kind of amethyst shimmer. Little amethyst crystals kind of dot around and randomly across her skin. And she is wearing a deep blue, watery silk evening gown as she approaches.
As you approach, the king kind of leads up and he goes, I've heard about you, young lad. You and I will chat later. Lady Angle, I'm pleased you could make it.
Your Majesty.
Please, when you do return, give my highest regards to your king.
Of
for
course.
accepting this. So, well, we can talk more once you seat at the table. Prince Timolt, I am afraid there is no seat for you at the table. I am going to request that you mingle among the other nobles. And looks and you can tell it's frustrating him to not very well. Grits his teeth and just kind of walks off. And as soon as he walks out the door, you see Timble. Hey man, you ever need yourself a good pastry? And Timble just knocks it out of his hand and keeps walking. Oh, I thought that was. I didn't realize that was you adjusting your light for a second, Jacob. I thought that was you going pastry.
Give.
While she's there, real quick, can she just take a glance around discreetly? Just get a beat on the area.
So it's a very, very fancy ballroom. The Charnald Kingdom got into a lot of wealth when they won their war against the Astoyan Empire. They took a lot of the wealth and a lot of the gold from the mines and everything from Astoya. And the Burrowfell mines actually are kind of like one of the chief mines that goes to both, but the kingdom takes more than half. So they have pretty lavish compared to last time you saw it. The symbol of the blue lion is all over this place. There's blue lion decor everywhere with silver trimming.
Do I recognize anyone being not of this area?
There does not appear to be any other Ravirans at the very least. There does appear to be a young girl a young man from Tellin, which you recognize because you have recently been there to meet with the king, the Wood Elf King of Tellin, and you recognize his armor is actually from that kingdom.
Okay.
And that's about all you see that you would know is not from Etharis.
Okay.
You see a lot of different mingling of there's most of it is from Charnalt and Astoya, but there are a few from Burak and even some from the Castanelan provinces, which are to the east of here, that are technically a vassal state. There is nothing from the Valakan clans to the north.
As expected, I assume?
as well, not from you, but as expected from everyone else. The Valakan clans, their chieftains were sent an invite. They didn't wanna. They're not here. They're just no. But that's all you really see.
Okay, and the you said his name was Timol, the one who
Timolt.
was with me.
Yeah.
Did you call him a prince?
Yes, he is the third-born son to the king of Aradel.
Explains why he's with me. Okay.
Yep. And being the third-born son, he is not inheriting anything, so he joined the Platinum of Adon's Holy Light, or the Order of Adon's Platinum Light.
Okay.
Which those who've played in the Ravira campaign know very well what that paladin organization's like.
Mm-hmm.
Colin's not here, Jacob. Take your grudges elsewhere.
Listen, I didn't say anything.
Your eyes said things.
I was smiling.
All right, so you're all at this round table. There's a few other dignitaries there. Specifically, there is a very large Kulsar man there, and with that you do recognize. That's another person you do recognize, Floor from Alavar. He's actually a well-known noble from the Empire, but you didn't really notice because you weren't really looking at the table. You were looking elsewhere. And a few others who, I'll say from Raphael's perspective, people who are not noteworthy enough to be there. They're basically filling dignitary seats because they have rich moms and dads. So, you guys are all sitting at the table looking across at each other. Does anyone have... And Bob, your relationship to any of them would be you fought alongside Raphael in the war because you fought for the same kingdom, and you guys are kind of buddies. Well, buddies is in your allies. I'll let you guys figure out if you're friends or not.
Different tactics.
I think I know Raphael would definitely he would look at Bob and just kind of give a nod. Be like, "Good to see you again." And
Good to
Lady
see you as
Saw,
well.
Lady Sawbones, always a pleasure.
You as well. It's been, what, 3 decades?
I think it's been long enough.
Fair.
The Coles are sitting at the table. He just kind of, and he whispers something to his cohort standing behind him, his guard, another very large Kolsar man. And if anyone, like, I'll say, Angle, with your very good ears, you pick up, of course, there's an Aradellan's piece of trash at this table.
A what? An R what?
Aradellan, the kingdom you're from,
Ah,
in Ravira.
that's right. Yes, right. She looks across at him and just smiles.
Turns away, starts sipping his wine. It's at this moment that the servants come up and they each ask each, what would you like as far as drinks? She's asking the table for everybody.
Sent you my favorite drink and I don't remember what it was.
Ale, the darkest ale that you have. Pitch black if you have it.
Right? We very much do. Takes on the note on a magical piece of parchment, and then as soon as the hits, it materializes in front of you.
Well, that is nifty right there.
The king finally sits down and goes, "You can thank Blackwood for that. It's his invention."
Anything to speed up the process of ordering food and drink at the table. And on that note, I will have water, please. No ice.
The same thing, and it appears in front of you.
Red wine.
Same thing, and it kind of goes about. And what about you, Angle?
Have you Metheglin? Mead.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Strong.
And she writes down mead, and they're so used to dealing with Kolosar that a tankard the size of your torso in front of you.
She doesn't flinch.
Right, the king just sits back and he goes, I see you take after your father and not your mother.
In some regards.
I was also very sorry to hear of her passing.
Yes. Thank you.
Lady Angle here is an emissary from the continent of Ravira, as well as Lord Hugora over there.
And lady is unnecessary. I am not a lady.
Being the chosen of Adon speaks other words.
Well, on the note of preferred names, I know we all have a slew of titles that we are known by, but if I'm sure there are some of us who wish to forego such formalities. You can call me Ray if you'd like.
You see Atropa's wife immediately shoot him and goes, "Just Triss, please."
And a trope is fine.
Atropa.
Bob.
Bob, you're the one who came with the pastry flyer individual.
I did. Are you interested in pastries? You know, a businesswoman's got a business.
They are very good.
My mother was, that was her specialty. I'm curious. I'd like to try some.
Absolutely. I can hook you up a whole pastry shelf I can give you.
I would like that.
Yes, the late queen was quite fond of Lady Bob's confections.
High praise.
And yes, they're quite, and he's kind of, you guys can kind of tell he's kind of avoiding eye contact with Angle, even though he's hyping all this praise on her. And he goes, right, to business. I'm sure all of you, especially our non-continental friends, are wondering why I have asked you here.
Be nice to know.
He looks around, looks at the other dignitaries, and goes, all right, Blackwood, if you will, and he's asking to you to do the thing that you do with your staff, where you just click it.
Yeah. Bang, bang.
A little orb appears around all of you, and he looks at each one and goes, I would ask that all of your guests who are not directly invited leave the aura. Hugora shoves his men back, and Trish stands up. She goes, be back in a bit, dear. And you see Eleanor she gets very upset. She's,
Eleanor?
but who will write things?
I can remember my own meetings for now, Eleanor.
You don't even know your middle name half the time. I have to remind you because I write it down.
Eleanor, I'll be fine.
She looks around and then she just puts her quill and ink in front of her tropa. She goes, you look like you write things. Please write things down for me. Walks out.
Joke's on her. I don't have a middle name. I just made one up one time for her.
That would explain not remembering it.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just remembering something. All right, so this orb also, it doesn't block out vision, so people can hear you, see you, and he... Well, those of you who are old enough to remember when the great primordial dragon was sealed, and by that I mean Atropa, and all of his children. We have reason to believe that one of the great beasts is awake.
And you're asking us to take care of it?
We have a plan, don't worry. We're simply asking you to look into it. And seeing as most of the people we and the other rulers have sent died pretty horribly, we are sending our best to deal with it. The Asturian Emperor and I came together to try to come up with the best team we could for our initial mission. We don't know which of the beasts they are trying to bring back, but a group of unsavory individuals has been seen in every major city in the kingdom and the empire. Blackwood, these would be the ones who stole the grimoire from your study.
Marvelous.
They have their hands on that grimoire, which means that they are only planning to bring something back or unleash it. For those of you who don't know the tale, he looks at actually everyone with exception of Raphael and Atropa, Bob and Angle give me a history check, because there's no way Ray wouldn't know about this.
Oh my gosh, first roll.
And Atropa was alive when it happened, so...
Bad. So
You guys don't know what I've been rolling all this time.
Surprise.
That's a whole 6 for me. My blue friend here gave me a 3.
So you guys don't know, so he, well, I guess it's story time then. 2,000 years ago, the primordial dragon's children The 5 great beasts warred amongst themselves. There were 2 different factions, one led by his oldest, Bahamut, one led by his youngest, Tiamat. Eventually, the gods intervened. Tiamat, the world serpent, and the wolf that will apparently kill the gods, were sealed away, along with their father. But we have reason to believe that either the serpent or the wolf is about to break free of their bonds. We are working on something to seal them permanently. If you agree to this mission, we can show you our efforts, but know that it is of the utmost secrecy. No one must know anything that is happening, or why you are doing what you're doing. I'll leave it up to you to let your cohorts know and make something up, as it were, for what you're really doing for us. If you want, you can simply say you're dealing with a powerful group of cultists. But I need to ask that all of your friends remain behind when you engage on these. When you find things, go alone. We can't risk mass panic. Am I understood in that?
Yes.
Aye.
Atropa, your emperor has these same rules. And for you, Engel, your king is very aware that if it is one of these beasts, Etharis will not be where they stop.
Of course.
Seeing as Ravira is our closest neighbor, you can count on that to be the next stop, especially if it's that Raphidus wolf.
Location doesn't matter to me.
Good. I didn't expect it to, from the Chosen of Adab. But, right, in that case, I'll leave you all to ponder, discuss amongst yourselves, and I'll return. He stands up and he kind of shakes the... You kind of see he gets a little sour on the face, and he collects himself and walks away. For those that know the king, mainly Bob and Ref Array, he looks significantly more decrepit than he did last time you saw him, Ray, about a year ago. He looks like he's aged like 15 years in the span of a year.
Does it seem like he has been aging, like he's just, an increased amount of stress, or does it seem like this is the result of possibly some exterior effect on him? I'll do like a quick detect magic to see if maybe there's any effect on him.
Okay. With detect magic, you can feel something, but weirdly enough, and this has never happened to you before, nothing is specified. Which, as far as you're aware, should not be possible.
I will not say anything about it now in front of mixed company, but I am definitely making a mental note of it.
Does the king have children?
Give me a history check, Lore.
Sure. Hey, that's better. My friend is my friend again. History. That would be a 19.
He did.
Oh.
The reason he has got such an iron fist over the Empire is because all 6 of his sons were killed by the previous emperor by his hand. And that's why whenever he took over, he did not annex the Empire, but he did kill the previous emperor and his heirs and put someone else on the throne. who was someone from the Empire, but it was like another relative of the previous emperor. But yeah, he had 4 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest of which that was killed was 19.
Okay.
He had children of varying ages.
Seeing him get up and look so like heavy and old, and Engel just looks contemplative as that's sinking in and realizing things.
Atropa, because you kind of pick up that he looks older than he should, because he's only supposed to be like 53, and he looks like he's in his like late 60s.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to give me let's say a religion check.
You would think I'd be good at that, however.
We'll see.
Nat 20 though.
Hey!
And for the
For
way
a total of 20.
so and for the record, what I do next with nat 20s and nat 1s in combat, auto successes. I do crit fails and crit successes. Out of combat, no. But if you do a role play thing in combat and you get a nat 20, as Jacob did in a really cool moment less. But anyway, you can tell your god has nothing to do with this, but the king is marked by Hemnir, the god of death, necromancy, rot, and pestilence.
That's not great.
You can't tell what's going on, but something's up there, and even with that 20, you only faintly can feel it.
Okay.
So he gets up and he leaves. Hugora, he kind of looks at you, and he looks at Engel and goes, "I don't have time to waste on doomed nations." And he goes, "Your idiot king would probably agree." Stands up and just starts to walk away.
Ray doesn't stand, but just says, "What do you do if the doom comes for your kingdom next? What affects one of us affects all of us."
The time the beast takes killing all of you is time we have to prepare. And since we are the largest continent and most powerful, we stand a chance.
Be on your way. Your type's not useful in this situation.
I agree. If your heart's not into it, you're probably going to be more of a...
burden.
I forgot the word. Yeah.
He just kind of smirks. He goes, "As weak, see you're as weak-willed as your father. How's his back treating him? Still got the scar?" He kind of puts his hand on his axe on his hip, and just kind of smiles and walks out. And
Sorry,
he walks out of
talking to?
He's talking to you.
Okay.
He and your dad have a bit of bad history.
Yeah, I picked up on that.
He actually left a huge scar on your father's back with his axe. And he stops and starts. He goes, "The only way I'll be helping is if my king orders me to. So maybe you'll get lucky." And he walks out of the bubble and immediately grabs his guards and starts to walk towards the exit.
Audacity is so useless.
I think we'd be incredibly unlucky if he
Joined us?
gave us any more of his company.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be very helpful.
Was terribly rude, though.
Horribly
That too.
rude.
Well, there's a way to take care of that later.
You hear from under the table, "Well, Kosar are normally very rude." Oh, and Ray, Eleanor is snuck away below the table.
Eleanor, would you like to be in school for another 5 years?
"No, headmaster."
That actually sounds enjoyable to me, but to each their own.
I'm about to graduate.
I'd never graduate if I had the opportunity.
Actually get your purpose if you graduate. Schooling gives you the tools to do what you need to.
but learning could be a purpose unto itself.
And Eleanor, I'd like to remind you that technically what you just did could be seen as treasonous. Disobeying the direct orders of your king.
Because what are you talking about? And you actually look under, and she looks like an extra leg of the table that's really close to another. And you see a doppelganger of herself outside the barrier.
Would you like to give me an excuse right now?
You taught me really well, and I wanted to show off that I'm very good at what I do. You taught me the spell.
We're going to have a proper conversation about this later, not right now.
Are you going to make me feed the basilisks again?
No.
They bite.
I know.
They're bigger than me.
Most things are.
You see the little, thing kind of shudder, and she says, but I'm just going to, leave then. And you kind of see her essence kind of travel into the doppelganger outside, and she starts to move around, and the extra leg is not there, and she kind of sadly walks away and walks up to Timble and just does grabby hands. And Timble gives her what looks like a great sword made out of bread with cream filling.
That is amazing.
And it is the size of an actual great sword.
I love that.
So for her, it is...
She's a very precocious student, and it has gotten her in trouble more than once.
Clever too.
See?
Very clever.
It's at this point, Angle, you see Tumult just kind of staring at your group and looking kind of agitated. He's just like...
I'm just gonna... Calm down. Give him a signal.
He walks up to the open bar and starts...
Now, my mead, is it the type of mead I asked for, or is it just mead?
It's the type of mead you asked for.
Perfect. She is drinking it.
Give me a con saving throw.
Sure. Am I going to roll for this? Okay. That was a really good roll. Plus my saving throw. Con save. That's a 19 plus a 9.
You are not drunk at all. And you guys just watch this small woman just go chug it all down. And
I mean, she's not
she's not small,
going
but
too fast or anything. She's drinking it like you would drink a normal drink, but... And
at this point, you do see a man walk in. You see him speak a word and walks in, and this actually pretty tall woman, actually, I'm sorry. Very tall, blonde-headed woman wearing wolf pauldrons on either side of her shoulders and wolf and plate armor. She just kind of goes, right then, I guess you are the other ones.
As opposed to the ones who died.
Well,
Other ones.
Kind of, yeah. Well, there's me, and I'm the only one who came back last time. And Ray, you recognize this woman. This is Lady Illyria Wolfrun. She is got the just plate armor. She's just gonna stand there. She's got a real big sword, and she's got very long golden blonde hair with bright blue eyes. A scar over her right eye going down all the way from her hairline to her chin, wearing what looks like a blue dress under her armor, but she was armor and put her armor on over it. She was your second in command when you were the commander. And Bob, she threw you at things in the war.
My girl.
I'm sorry, I think I said her name wrong. What I have written down. Her name is Eliada Wolfrun.
That's a pretty impressive sword.
It's just it's kind of a family thing. You know, my dad, he's very he prefers axes, and My brother's, we call him the pansy of the group. He uses bows, but he's actually a dangerously good shot. But yeah, just here, and she just kind of looks at Ray and goes, "Hey, Ray," like a little smart in her voice. She's just like,
Hello, it is good to see you again in good health.
she goes, "Oh, you just get better looking with age." And, "Oh, I'm sorry, I say things out loud. Sometimes I shouldn't." And she just kind of sits down next to Bob, and she goes, "Bob, tell me to shut up next time."
Oh, honey, you said enough. Just
turns
perfect
bright-
amount.
She turns bright red, and she just pulls her hair in front of her face. She's like, "Right, so name's Eliada. I'm the current commander of the Kingdom forces of Charnolt after our esteemed teacher over there retired." And Bob didn't want to.
You all seem pretty
You are
familiar
correct.
with each other.
Well, fighting in a war, you get to know each other pretty well. That kind of trauma bonding,
I am familiar with trauma bonding. I'm gonna look around. I know we're in like a bubble, but does it look like anyone's like trying to pay attention? Use magic to eavesdrop?
Several people, and none of it is working. Actually, give me a perception
Oh, come
check.
on. Let me do Arcana. Perception. Let me check and see if I have any pluses in my perception. I have a +6. Let's see what happens. That's a 16.
Okay, give me a second. As of right now, you don't notice anything. You do notice Eliara staring daggers at a troper for a second. She goes, "Sawbones?"
Eliara? Do I know you?
She goes, "Never mind." Just turns around.
We're not going to
I
have...
think out of context, I had an idea, but it works well in character.
Is there going to be a problem working together?
No, the kingdom and the empire are friends now, and from what I can tell, you weren't loyal to the other asshole. And
Eliada, the war's been over for a while now. We've all laid things to rest. Time has passed.
Some of us have laid a lot of things to rest.
at that
Right.
comment, like jokingly, she noticed her eye twitches for a second, and she goes, "Right, I suppose I can get along."
It would be appreciated, considering that we are going to be relying on one another for our lives.
That's not where I thought this is going.
No. So she's right, and she magics her own drink up and
You made that comment so much worse.
yeah, that's why I was already typing that sentence when you said it, and I was like, whew.
I was referencing my class.
I know, but Ray, I'll say this: you know what happened, and I'll have Storm message you what happened. But so she sits and she just kind of looks and she goes, "Bob, did you have to hire the tallest person you could?"
Yes, because this is a marketing strategy, okay? He's very tall, and therefore the shirt looks bigger. Therefore, more people can see it.
A walking sign.
Exactly. So you got to get the tallest person. I'm not going to be any good at it. Look how short I am.
Fair enough. And Lords, at this point, or I'm sorry, Angle, at this point, you notice a little, you look up, and at the top of the circle, there's a little pseudo-dragon in the bubble.
A pseudo-dragon. Okay. What do I know about pseudo-dragons?
You know that, like, in this world, they are usually fey creatures, or they are, and they have, and this one has a very unique color scheme, and you know that whenever they are not gem, they're usually someone's familiar or something they created. This one is got red and purple mottled skin.
Interesting. Do they understand language? Like, or would it depend?
It depends.
Okay.
It also notices you, and it's just looking at you right now.
She's gonna just look up at it, and as she does, the very faint, like this purple kind of glitter, outlines a couple of scales just around her hairline.
Okay, you're a little purple.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you all would notice her staring straight up to.
I also have a 21 in perception, so. Boom.
Ray just does mass security mean absolutely nothing to everyone?
At that moment, you see it like start to fly out of the bubble, and it pauses as it gets to a window, and then goes out the window.
Before it had gotten to the window, could I have possibly cast Dispel Magic upon it?
Yes. Well, wait. Actually, let me actually look into that. Where is it? Technically, no, because it. Well, I mean, you can cast it, but.
Will it work? Is the.
Yeah.
What do you know?
I'll
if
cast
it would
Shatter
work?
on it.
It got shattered.
I was gonna have
Die.
Ingle actually cast her invisible mage hand and see if she can get some scritches under its chin. Before
You do
it takes
scritch?
off.
It goes. And flies out the window.
I think we're being spied on.
Yeah.
Was that not one of your magic users?
Nope.
Mine's
no?
bigger.
No, mine.
Oh.
Well, it's not a competition.
No, not at all. Little ones are very useful.
Are
And
we
you
still
can
talking
see
about the
there-
dragon?
I don't
There's-
know
She's
anymore,
absolutely
honestly.
serious. There is no register of innuendo in, like, she's just being completely serious. She is talking about the dragons.
Eliara's like,
Same for Ray.
Hey.
Atropa and Bob are like, are they?
Do they know?
I'm gonna tell them.
Since you dare.
Wow.
She's outside. Could I telepathically just give her instructions to see if she spots a little pseudo dragon and where they might go off to?
oh, sure. And basically what it is, it just sees the pseudo dragon flying further and further and further away. It's just flying.
How big is she? How big is my companion?
Technically speaking, dragonelles are huge creatures.
Okay. She doesn't look like a dragonelle though.
She looks
I'm
like a young.
assuming-
She looks like in.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're using the stats of a dragonelle.
We're using the stats of a dragonelle, but it's essentially like an in-between wormling and young amethyst dragon.
That makes her pretty. She stands out, yeah.
But yeah, so at this point, this would be y'all's time to kind of discuss and if any of you have questions that you want to know if your character would know about us, but this is where you guys can discuss your possible new job.
Okay.
And someone who went on a mission for it is sitting there, and she's just kind of sitting there sipping her drink.
Is it just us in the room, or are there other,
Yep, it is
there are other
just
people as well?
it's just y'all in the bubble.
Okay.
Before we get too into the details, I'd just like to check. I know they said we could bring our seconds, squires, whatever. Are any of you planning on bringing anyone other than yourself?
No. I'll be sending His Highness home along with the entourage.
Didn't he say we weren't allowed?
I thought he said we could. We just had to. They weren't allowed to engage with the enemy with us, and
To lie.
And they cannot know our purpose.
So they're supposed to come with us, not knowing what's going on. That sounds exceedingly
As squires
dangerous.
usually do.
Well,
I'm not bringing a student to this.
yeah, I wasn't planning on, if I was going to bring anyone, I was planning on bringing my squire. I don't have a squire. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, no. Anyone who would want to bring feels exceedingly dangerous not to tell them what we're doing. So.
I have assistants for baking. They're not any good for fighting.
Timot's too young.
So, yeah. And Leora just goes, well, the only one of you who looked like you brought someone who could fight is her. Points to the angle. And she brought about, are all 15 of those lads yours?
They're not mine. His Majesty and my father are just annoyingly protective when they know very well I can handle things myself.
Sounds kind of like they're yours.
Little Princey boy over there has had a little frown on his face ever since he couldn't come in the bubble.
Yes, well, he is nothing if earnest. I would have to have a chat with my king before I bring any of his men and women into what is my choice to indulge.
And it seems like we might be on a bit of a time crunch here.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I've got my own mission, but
What?
Care to expound?
But I do have some information for you.
What is your mission?
To deal with a different group of these cultists. I've got my own group of, well, let's just say that big fella who walked out on you lot, his older brother, the one who actually makes decisions, is in my group. His younger
My
brother's
condolences.
here. Oh, he's a lot different than his brother. His brother, frankly, he's an ass.
Yeah.
We've noticed.
The bigger brother is older, bigger, stronger, and the heir, so he gets to do what he wants. And he's much nicer about it.
That means there's only 4 of us.
Yeah.
What can everyone do?
In regards to what specifically?
Anything. Getting information, fighting. Knowing each
Usually-
other's talents will be useful.
Usually I'm getting good at getting information from the dead. But
Excuse me, what?
Necromancy.
Dabbling. No, I'm the Emperor's coroner. So I specialize in getting information either magically or non-magically from the dead, figuring out how they died, potentially who killed them, and the like. Also, bit of healing as well.
Do you fight?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't in a while. It's been a couple of years. Mostly, it's just been autopsies and whatnot. But
You fought in the
my-
war.
yeah, that was a while ago.
At the mention of "Do you fight?" and her going, "Yeah," Eliara's gonna.
Ray just like leans over to Bob and like whispers something in her ear of a time where we fought Atropa.
I'm getting the feeling that you're a little more formidable than you're letting on.
Depends on who you talk to. Also,
Eliara's
Eliara, is there... What is your deal? Am I forgetting something? I don't...
Well, you might remember General Elias Wolfrun, my father.
That explains the last name. Shit. Oh, God. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a really bad statement earlier.
It's fine. No, you didn't mean that specifically.
Yeah.
But I'm a lot more calm than my brothers. I know that you were just following orders.
Yeah.
And from what I understand from the current emperor, you have adjusted well to him. And
Yeah.
there's a reason my brothers aren't here.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've just taken orders from someone without actually understanding everything that I'm being asked of. So.
Yeah. Oh, I should also point out, Eliara appears to be human, but even though she's talking about a war that was fought 30 years ago, looks like she's in her like mid-20s.
So she's not human.
She's an ASMR.
I mean, there's very few we can choose from.
It was just the certainty with which you said that.
Which also, for those of you who play in Ravira, this continent's obviously very different from Ravira and way before. This is way before in time. Humans are not almost extinct in this continent. There's actually more humans than anything else in this ballroom right now.
Interesting.
To the point where your half giant is getting looks like, oh my god, every time he walks past somebody. And there appear to be a few group of young human ladies who are kind of trailing after him, like muttering to themselves and looking up at him.
But what about the rest of you guys? What are your skills?
I hit things hard with a very long stick.
Is
That'll
there
do it.
anything at the end of that very long stick?
Yes, a very sharp piece of metal. So I was a soldier for many years. I am a knight, and I mostly specialize in doppelgangers, just like our friend here. That's why I appreciated it so much. I like to be in multiple places at once.
That's fascinating.
I have my skills.
I'm hoping everyone does.
I will say I'm a little out of practice. I've been in a different occupation for a few years. I've been called back out of my retirement for this.
Same.
I've been noticing that as a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
You, Ray, magic?
Magic mostly. Same war that Atropa and Bob fought in. I was a tactician at the time. I focused mainly on offensive magic, not necessarily anything defensive, but I try to be prepared for almost anything. Yeah, it's I will say, I know for myself, not sure how it is for you two. It is good to be in a situation where we have a much more top-down understanding of the situation we're entering into.
Right.
You're welcome. We didn't. But when you go into a place with lots of carvings of snakes and wolves and five-headed dragons, you kind of put the pieces together.
And they're
Fair.
big.
Yes. Cole, DM question.
Mm-hmm.
When the grimoire was stolen from my study, did we glean any information from the thieves, from like the methods they used? Were they like really
It
good
was stolen
magic
under
thief?
it was stolen as if no one had been there.
Okay.
And the grimoire, so magically, and the grimoire they stole was the grimoire of the ancient beast.
Oh, the important one, I bet.
And that's all they took. They took nothing else from your study because that was stolen from your personal study. So they got through your defenses.
Yeah, and I'm still upset about it. Yeah. So as the king said, the grimoire of ancient beasts that was stolen out from under me, very, very skilled magic users took that. So I would not be surprised if the people we're going after have not only very strong combat abilities, but a fair amount of magic under their belts as well. We'll need to be aware of that. I'll be prepared with preventative measures against other magic users. But I'm one man, I can only do so much. So just be aware.
Someone
help with that.
sneaky would be useful in this situation, I imagine.
He's very good at what he does, as is Bob.
Right.
I don't think any of you are strong enough to throw her, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Oh, maybe you. Points at the
Hey, this is Pay Street retirement weight, okay? I want that clear.
Well, I shall spread. Eliara is like very tall she's about, well, not very tall for like most people, but for what appears to be human, she's about 5'10", and you noticed she does have like silver, like kind of like borderline platinum looking scales on like her neck and upper arms.
Someone who is some kind of familiar with that, can I ascertain what that means?
Ascertain what that means. You can tell that means.
I mean,
she
situation.
is. You can tell though, people who have that like that are either people who've made like a pact with some type of dragon or are descended from a dragon.
I would be familiar with that.
You would, yeah. So, Atropa, you can kind of glean that Eliara is a draconic lineage sorcerer as well as someone with a really big sword. And
interesting.
But the scales are platinum at further glance. Which Blackwood and Bob know her lineage, but it's kind of kept under wraps for anyone who's not part of the kingdom. So you don't really know for sure, but that does strike you as odd.
Okay. I'm just kind of using my own background and my own stuff to kind of figure things out. So you said you're not coming with us. You have another
Not at first. You guys will be going back to not the one I was just at, but the cultists moved to a location that we had already been to. We're hoping to get the jump on them before they can rebuild. It's to the south of here. Specifically, for those of you who are not familiar with the kingdom, it's near the swamp, the Thousand Rivers.
All right.
And you guys are in, for the sake of map, you guys are in Castle Lamsdonner.
Lamsdonner.
Donner, yeah. I did French names for the kingdom.
Lamsdonner.
Yeah.
And what information can you give us concerning our assignment?
Figure out what they're doing, kill anyone there, retrieve anything valuable. We think that's where they took the grimoire, so that'd be a good start, getting that back.
Very much.
What's in the grimoire?
Sorry, what?
What's in the grimoire?
She looks at Raph and is just like, and she goes, well, I'm not from this kingdom. Well, originally, my family's from Urak, but since we teamed up against the Empire, I know it's his. And it's very powerful.
Now, Cole, I think I have a pretty good intuition of what's in this grimoire.
You've studied it thoroughly.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean me, Jake, not
Jake.
not Ray.
Yeah. It's of all the magics that don't exist anymore because they drew from the primordial dragon. Herumor was the second child of Adon was the what they call the dark dragon.
Okay.
And he's the father of all these beasts, and when he was sealed away, even if his children come out, the magic that was sealed away with him doesn't come back.
Yeah. Well, as I believe you were referred to as the chosen of Adon? So I heard.
Titles.
Indeed. Then I believe this has interest to you. And I'm assuming that because we're all at this table that we can all be trusted. The grimoire it is of ancient magics that were cut off when the dark dragon was sealed away. Even if, the children and creations of the dark dragon are released, while the dragon is sealed, that magic is cut off. So if they have what is essentially a spell book of forbidden and locked away magic.
I'll say this, you were able to translate some of the spells, and one of them is basically power word kill that would work on an entire city.
Yeah. Very bad magic in that book, I'll say
regardless of HP amounts.
Yeah.
Why wasn't it destroyed instead of, kept where it could be stolen again?
Well, for one reason, things like that are very, very, very difficult to destroy. And another reason, unfortunately, the hubris of most people in my position for study and to understand it. I will admit the short-sightedness of my part of keeping it in my personal study as opposed to putting more effort into its defenses and protections, and that is on me.
Bob, you remember whenever this was sealed up, that was supposed to be put in a vault in a undisclosed location, and you saw it get put there, so that means, from your understanding, Bob, he went back and got it.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who set up all the protection spells to keep people out.
You see,
and that's news to you.
You see, as this is being explained to Angle, the light of absolute fascination and curiosity is in her eyes. But as he talks about the hubris of studying it, she's like, but yeah, I really want to read this book.
Look like you're going to say something there, Bob.
I'm just kind of eyeing, I want to make a very, strong kind of, we'll talk about this later.
Ray 100% acknowledges that and is he is fully contrite in that he's not trying to, mask the mistake he made. He is, fully, he acknowledges that look and gives you a nod.
You're getting two looks like that because Eliara is sitting right next to her, so these two women are just glaring at you from across the table,
Yeah. I've been chewed out.
Wizards, man.
Wizards, man.
Problems.
Wizards.
All right, Brad Pitt in Inglourious Basterds. And more like chewed out. I've been chewed out before.
But to my understanding, we're the ones going to the was it a swamp?
Yep, that's where you're going. Eliara has just, she goes, my mission is in, of course it is the Rock Teeth Mountains. And I'm taking Big Hugora with me. Little Hugora's going home. I can kind of guess what that little display was when he stormed off. So I'm making sure he gets sent home. We got a crew. That lovely young man from a small continent, Tellin, he's over there. And she points directly at the wood elf that you recognize the armor of, Lore. I think his name was Silverwish or something like that. His last name. We have a little team, not as large as yours, but we have a big gun coming with us too. And she goes, well, I need to go prepare. The king is on his way back soon. Make your decision. She stands up and she says, oh, Bob, it was so nice to see you again, and you as well, Blackwood. But, Ray, try not to unearth any ungodly horrors on humanity again anytime soon.
I can make no promises.
We might need it.
There's a reason you and father were best friends, it seems. Yeah, because unlike
man.
most of their family, Elias Wolfrun was not a warrior. He was a spellcaster and a scholar. And she just kind of walks back. And you see her walk up to two blonde men who are both glaring at Atropa. And you see her go, slap them both on the face, go, point. And they leave.
So, no one's a scout, right? No one can.
No. That's...
So I know I'm deceptive right now because I'm dressed so formal like, but normally I'm very clunky. I do not sneak. I don't scout.
Same. Yeah.
If I can always magically equip someone to be unseen, if need be.
I am incredibly sneaky. The problem is that I do wear plate armor, so scouting is going to be an interesting...
Perhaps I can assist you in that. And who knows, maybe we'll meet someone on the road who'll, I don't know, fill in the gaps of our skill set. You never know. Or something.
I wonder where that could come in.
Head on, willing.
I do have an echo, so I can duplicate myself, right? I can see an echo a ways away, but not very far. It's like 1,000 feet.
That's not bad, though.
So it's something.
All right. Well then. Are we all going then? It is my intention.
Are we telling our sidekicks the same lie? Do we need to get that straight?
I'm not.
I'm just going to tell Tumult I'm taking care of it.
I'm going to not let Eleanor anywhere near all this.
That sounds like a good plan.
And I'm going to very much make sure she doesn't follow us.
Probably wise.
Can
I
you be
make stat
sure?
blocks for all of them just in case they get into fighting. But
My wife is capable on her own, but if I'm not allowed to tell her what's going on, it's probably for the best that she doesn't
so,
come.
Atropa, as you are saying that, you feel a hand trying to slip into your pocket. And you notice that someone invisible is trying to do it.
I go to grab the hands, like almost on
You
instinct.
successfully grabbed the hand. Her passive was 21. She finally got a bad roll. She finally got a...
Misty step 30 feet away.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Wait, did someone just appear?
I'm looking around, like head on a swivel.
She appeared after she misty stepped in. Describe what Feral looks like.
You see a mostly human looking, but with pointed ears, almost like an elf. But if you look close enough, they're covered in a very light sheen of fur. She has stark black hair and is covered in very well fitted, well worn, but not frayed in any fashion, black and red with some slight purple leathers. And she has kind of just a smirk on her face as she just bounces the, you all should pay just a bit more attention if you don't want people listening. And then she is going to start to dash towards the door.
Hold on.
I
Misty
would
step
like
after
to
her.
Oh my god.
I would like to immediately call out and just say, and just point the staff and say, I suggest you stop, and cast suggestion.
Nice.
What save is that?
That is a
Wisdom
wisdom
save?
saving throw.
Sure, you
Not
have
too
a
bad.
nice DC.
DC 21.
Same.
I beat it. I rolled a natural 17 on the dice and I have +8.
Fair enough.
She turns back and just kind of glances for just half a second and
But as
laughs.
she does, Angle catches up. Impressive.
stops up short. Would have been more impressive if you would have caught me earlier. Just saying.
Well, I'll admit, not super, perceptive myself.
Girl's automatically going to start looking around her, just waiting to see when the guards are going to start surrounding
Oh, I am walking
you-
up.
and readying her next.
Do you want to
Things
You do
she's
notice
gonna
guards
do.
are starting to like walk up hands on their
Angle
swords.
puts up her hand. Do you
and
want
they-
to come sit down?
Why in the world would I want to do that? You're all trying to get yourselves killed.
You seem to have involved yourself already.
I just wanted a bit of fun. I was bored.
Could be fun.
If you're that bored, you already involved yourself with this knowledge.
And we do need a scout.
And what's it in for me besides, dismemberment and death?
Why would we do that?
We.
Oh, I'm not
The
talking about
mission.
you.
Right.
I won't have you thrown in, I don't know, the dungeon for what you just did. That,
That's funny.
I have
You
a
think-
feeling
if
she's
you'd
going
like,
to
the
be-
next spell I can cast at you could be much worse if you'd like.
All right. That is enough. We don't need to rise tensions in an already tense situation.
At this point, King Ismar walks up and he goes, Seems like your magic is slipping in your old age, Blackwood.
I will turn you into a worm.
Wait,
I am not in the mood.
was that that little dragon? Was that yours?
Maybe. That's Sarah. She doesn't mind you. She doesn't like you. And I look over at the Archmage. Frankly, most people don't. At least those on the streets.
Mm.
Not going to dignify that with a response.
How can I
Hold for a moment. What is your name, girl?
Farrell.
And you snuck into my court, eavesdropped on my most powerful advisors for fun.
Pretty much.
I
I've just
don't-
spent a while not having fun, so thought I'd have some.
I
And
don't
when a
know.
bunch of rich folk are heading one direction, there's usually fun and money to make.
I don't know about you, Ray, but anyone who can slip past your defenses is someone who can be of use.
And how do we know that this person is not the thief who stole the grimoire here for something more?
From what I hear, his defenses aren't that great anyway. Sorry.
If you wish to stay here, at least be a little more respectful. I've honestly had enough of rude people tonight, and I'm just very annoyed.
Yeah, well, respect's earned.
The king just kind of like
Kinda
sits
like her.
back and looks at it. This is hand. He says, "Well, Farrell, if it was, what is it you would want in exchange for aiding, at least in the first mission? They do need someone to gather information for them."
Land.
Land.
Sounds reasonable to me. And Engel's gonna give him a very strong side eye.
If you would join us back at the table, Pharaoh, and everyone else return to your chairs. Map, and he pulls out a map of the entire continent, sits down. Dear Pharaoh, whereabouts? I can definitely give you land anywhere in the kingdom of Chronicles. I can encourage either emperor to give you land, but they'd have to see results first.
I just want enough for farms.
Well, there is Korova in the provinces.
And I don't mean any like small garden. I mean like an actual farm.
Korova is the entire northern part of the province, and I do not have anyone to run it for me as of now. And it is rolling plains with plenty of farmland.
She's going to look at the map. She can't read, so she's going to look where he's pointing just to kind of try. She can read map in the sense that she knows the boundaries. So all this.
He circles the area and goes, yes, if you aid my vassals until the task is done. You aid for one mission, a smaller piece of land. Farms worth. Aid them until the job is done. All of it. I'm in a generous mood, my dear. And you just snuck up on a man who, as I recall, has only been, this is the second time it has happened in his entire life. So, care to take a seat? Your other option is, I'm sure you could get out of my dungeons, but your other option is sitting in there for the rest of the evening.
I'll help with the farming. I can at least get you started.
I have help.
King kind of he coughs a little bit and sits down in his chair.
She takes out a coin, flips it, looks at it. Actually, all of you have such high flipping perception.
I think
You
it's
can
just
I don't think I do.
me.
No,
Okay, I feel like
it's just a
everybody
trip
kind
up.
of did. I was like, holy cow.
I have a passive of 12.
Yeah, his
That's
is
okay,
12.
then no.
one.
I'm
Angles is
18.
16. Yeah,
good.
Bob and
Oh, I guess
Atropa
I
are the
have
only ones
okay.
that do.
All right, sure.
Bob and Atropa
Can
are
they
the
make
ones that do.
perception checks?
I'm just a dude.
Yeah. I'm just a dude with a
I
bunch
just
of
threw
magic.
magic out of my fingers.
I'm just a dude who can bend reality to his will if he wants to.
29.
He's not the
It
only
is so much
one.
fun to be snarky too. I'm so sorry.
I like it.
I rolled
I
a
gotta-
natural one. I'm looking at the king. I'm a little worried.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
16.
29.
Angle would
Oh,
be
yeah.
distracted by the king's condition, though.
Okay. Then definitely anyway, probably both 16 and 29 would see. It's not a normal coin. It's larger. It's probably about the size of like that big. And she flips it and looks at it in her palm and then pockets it and sits down.
You
Just-
said not a normal coin, and Ruka shuddered in the distance.
I know, I realized it. I realized it. I was like, well, it's not, you would realize it's not actually like a coin. It's just coin shaped is what is really what it is.
Lore
Just adding
shuddered.
little drop.
Angle was looking at the king.
She,
Adding little drops
Didn't
of
see it.
lore for Ruka to be like, hey, wait.
I know.
He goes,
she just slouches into the chair.
I like how when I gave your wife's surname, like briefly, the person who Laura was like, "What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh,
had
I looked
mentioned
up.
something to me before, and I was like, but you said.
I will
Anyway.
say,
Yeah, Storm and I talked about it since.
Yeah.
I will say
Got
about a minute or so later, the same pseudo dragon comes and just kind of perches on the back of her chair. And just that's it.
Angle's going to druid craft some berries and offer it.
The Pseudo Dragon. And you, Pharaoh here. Oh yeah, free food.
Not the voice I was imagining,
I know it's
Your
not.
default
That's
is
a
always
brain-
unhinged southern.
right? Oof. I'm just gonna. She just
The
rolls her
Texan in
eyes.
you.
Just rolls her eyes and then sits back and waits for them to start talking again.
No. So there's the thing. She eats it and she goes, "Oh, well, that's quite tasty." And you know, when she is excited, she goes feral.
That's fair. That's fair.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, the king, he goes, "Pardon, not in my best health. It seems age is catching me quicker than I would like.
Can I just put a hand on her shoulder and cast a couple lay on hands to help with the pain?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, my dear. So, I trust Eliara gave you the gist of your mission as she said it?
Brief.
Yes.
Very brief. Fits her, but it's a good thing she listened did. Her brothers were getting very twitchy. Those boys take far more after their mother than they do their father. So, the Thousand Rivers have been abandoned for some time. As you know, after the war, poison has swept them. And the manor of Huiville has been abandoned, and it was destroyed. But it has been rebuilt overnight. And for your records, everyone who fought in the war in that battle, there's two big fortresses that are also small cities. Huiville and Kamont both were completely, utterly destroyed in the battle. Huiville in particular was a fortress so large that it was called the Impenetrable Black Wall. And the wall itself was 300 feet high. And the fortress itself was like a couple miles long. And it was leveled because the former Asturian emperor decided to get some giants under his employ. But, so it's been rebuilt overnight. So that's an info you now know. So for Farrell, she's like, I don't know what that means.
No, doesn't really care. No idea.
And it's directly to the south of the capital, which is a problem. Because the reason I'm sending you lot there, I expect quite a bit of open battle. And, well, I'd like to avoid that. Sending the wolf runs, well, they will engage in open battle at their earliest opportunity, as will the Hugoras. That's why I'm sending them to the mountains where there is already a battle happening. Discretion, and dealing with the threat as quickly as possible. Bring me back anything of value. Atropa, Ray, I think you two would be the best suited for finding anything of value in this line of magic.
Sure.
I'm getting used to calling you this, Bob. You and Lady Angle were brought in for, and how did my nephew put it? For when shit goes down. I have never seen Lady Angle in action, but I have heard nothing but praise of her combat capabilities from the King of Aradel.
Inflated, I'm sure.
So you didn't, on top your amethyst dragon, strike down an ancient black dragon with nothing for help but 3 guards.
Maybe she's just gonna go quiet.
See, that's the story I was told. But I've been hearing the rounds that it was 3 black dragons, and
That is inflation.
it came from your little princeling's mouth.
Carol's just gonna nod her head at the mention of the dragon to Syrah, and Syrah would hear in her head, "Go, you know you want to." And Syrah's gonna take off out the window. That's all.
Amethyst dragon? And she bolts out the window.
She hears lastly in her head, "Don't get eaten."
Is she all right?
She likes to pretend she's big. She thinks she's one of them.
Hopefully she doesn't notice she's not an actual real dragon.
I'm going to roleplay this real quick, actually. So as they planned,
Don't tell her that. It will not end well for you.
Sierra
or
runs down and
anyone
she
else
sees this
involved.
very big, well, not huge. For a dragon, it's smaller than a young dragon, but bigger than a wormling. Probably only a couple hundred years old. And it's sitting there and it's just eating the meat that was given to it. As Sierra walks in, she goes, "Oh, well, you're small, ain't you?" And Ipo just... Did we decide if Ipo was male or female?
Female, and
Yeah.
she would be very, like, big ant sort of personality, given what we had discussed previously.
Did you just call me small? She telepathically communicates with you. Angle, I'm gonna burn a rat.
No, just be nice.
She called me small.
Well, darling, you are a little... You're not even a real dragon.
That's hurtful.
Don't say anything to her. Look, I adore you. You are my favorite person, being, what entity?
Wait, why can't I roast the rat with wings?
Well, we're trying to play nice with her and her, very, sassy companion.
So I have to
So-
be nice?
Nice as I am.
Oh, that's hard.
I know.
I would appreciate it if you didn't call me small. Yeah, I guess when you see a real dragon in front of you, a big dragon, you kind of... Sure. At this point, Sierra lands on Ipo's snout and just goes, "Yeah, that's what I thought." Don't eat her. Don't eat her. Don't eat her. I'm trying to eat, if you don't mind. At this point, Sierra goes, "Oh, I do apologize. I did not realize I was interrupting your dinner. I'll leave you to it." And she just flies back
no
to the
idea
table.
why my pseudo dragon is bipolar, but apparently she is.
I have the idea and I'm rolling with it.
Go for it. I just was like, this is different. All right.
You gave me.
No,
You said I could free rate it, and I'm like,
I did make that mistake. One I
We
will
want,
not
she
make
gave
again.
she gave me guidelines for Epo.
I did.
You didn't ask.
But Ipo
okay?
is kind of on the younger side of this whole thing, so...
But like
Didn't
Epo
think
just
it would
goes.
come in. All I said was make sure you have your pseudo voice ready, and then that's all I gave him.
Epo just goes.
My fault. In my 6 pages of backstory, that was the one thing I left out.
Epo just goes. Yeah, you gave me 6 pages, and yeah, you know me. You leave out something, I'll make my own thing for it. And Epo's just,
Run.
My mistake.
she goes. Aang, I'm going to eat that thing at some point.
Well, I'm pretty sure she can be resummoned, but... probably...
So I'm allowed to?
No. Love, eat your dinner. I'll come out and see you soon. I'll sing you a song.
Can you sing me this song about Bahamut?
Of course.
Goes back to eating, and at this point, Sierra flies back and just lands back on your shoulder. And in your mind, you go, yeah, that dragon was quite small. At this point, the king has been going over like the layout of the Thousand Rivers, which I'll just say for reference that everyone except for Angle and Pharaoh would know very well. And she goes, right. I haven't even asked your answers.
Concerning our willingness,
Yes.
you know my answer. So I'm here.
Atropa.
Sure, why not?
Now, will Triss be returning home, or will she be remaining here until the job is done? Should be treated with the utmost respect and given royal guest chambers. Being of House Bliss, she is entitled to far more, but
Yeah, I mean, I think if he treated her like that, she's probably gonna want to go home.
Fair
but,
enough.
Yeah, that's up to her. If she wants to stay here, that's fine.
Fair enough.
If she wants to go home, I'll find her regardless.
It's at this point, Atropa, you do see a blue tiefling, like, fussing over your wife, and you see her mother.
How did you find us here?
She was not invited, but you,
I know.
You do not turn away Edith Bliss.
Freaking. Yeah, no. It's always been like that.
Ruka's gonna kill me.
I know. It wasn't his idea, it was mine.
It was her idea.
Amazing.
So she just writes, must I call you Bob?
Yes, you must, unless you'd like to say the whole mouthful.
I'll just call you Brockabella.
As you wish.
Brockabella, what is your answer?
Of course, my duty will always be to the kingdom.
Good. And I've also made sure to... The Emperor has ordered that your ex-wife not just wreck the mines while you are gone.
I very much appreciate that, because she is willful.
Yes, there's a reason you're not going with Wolfrun anyway. And of course, I'm assuming I can count on you, Ray.
Of course.
Good.
Are you talking, Dove?
Oh, I am.
I couldn't hear
You
you.
not hear it?
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that was weird. I'll do that. Just one more small condition to me agreeing to go on this doomed venture.
That
Or-
would be.
Whatever. If I get, killed, which is kind of possible given what I've seen here today, I still want the land, but for someone else. Or at least some of it.
And their name would be, and he waves a finger up, and a scribe walks through and you can see the slightly bridled rage of Eleanor. She's like, she wants to write stuff down, but the king is making someone else do it.
For the first time, she looks actually semi-unconfident in what she's like, the way she's carried herself, and then just rat.
Before you leave, we'll have you get a physical description and location. I'll have one of my scribes get that from you so they can find this person.
They'll find you.
Fair enough. Well, with that, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. We're all going to be given quarters here. Make up an extra room for Farrell here. And you're all dismissed, except you, Ray. If you'll join me in my study.
Your Majesty. Later, if I could speak with you.
Tomorrow. I feel I only have the strength for one conversation tonight.
Understood.
He stands up and starts to walk away, and he kind of stumbles a minute, and you see a man wearing the same armor and emblem as the cranky Kolsar who walked away, grab him, and he goes, "Oh, don't be doing that there, Your Highness." Picks him up. Kind of looks like the guy who was sitting near you guys. He's got, like, long black hair, big, huge beard, big axe on his back, but he just seems bigger, and he's like, "Would you need help to your chambers, my lord? Or your majesty, sorry. Not used to fancy titles yet." No. Thank you, Cole. Ray, if you wouldn't mind. walking me.
I'll kind of hold my staff in my left arm and kind of offer it to him as well.
Puts his hand there. And at this point, the big Holsar looks around and he looks down at Bob and goes, "Oh, so you're the ex then, are ya?
Damn.
Your ex-wife is annoying."
I fully agree. Please tell her that you said that. I would
I
very
told
much
her
appreciate that.
I told her to her face about 10 minutes ago.
She's here?
Unfortunately, she's joining my group. Apologies.
If she gets killed, please make sure that she knows that I will take care of her mind.
Right then. Apologies, Kor Hugora. You had the unpleasant business of meeting my younger brother. Don't worry, he told me what he said to you, and he got his ass chewed. I've sent a message home to father telling him what he said, and he's not got a warm welcome waiting for him when he gets home, I'll tell you that much. Apologies, especially to you, Lady Ungle. Hopefully the business between our fathers doesn't impact how we work together if we have to. I apologize for both my father and my brother.
Thank you.
Right. You're way prettier in person. Holy shit. Oh, anyway. And he goes, and also, note for you, your wife's an idiot, because you look like a little firecracker.
I am.
And he just goes, I got a sister, if you're single, by the way. And he just walks away. You can follow him and ask him if you want. You have no obligations right now.
Well then, I'm just gonna slide my I don't have a number,
Business
but I have
card?
a shop. I will. Here's my business card. I will make all the sword pastries that she would like.
He goes, wait, now question, because your wife's a bit dainty. Do you like them big and strong, or big and dainty like your ex? Or
I
just
like
big?
a sparkling personality.
She's got that, all right. She's very forceful, but if you want to meet her, I can definitely set that up.
Well, if I survive this, then yes, we'll call it a date.
Good to know. Now I'm going to go tell your wife that you're better than she is.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
He goes,
A
listen,
righteous man you are.
He goes, she had to make a comment about beards and how they're unsightly, and I decided to I took that a little personally.
It's because she didn't like mine. I tried to shave it for her. It gets all stubbly, you know.
You're a woman of taste. And walks
tried.
off. And then, so Atropa and Angle, you guys are left with Farrell, and I guess Bob, you're still there. Do you guys want to keep drinking, or do you have anyone you want to seek out and chat with that has been mentioned?
Yeah, I'll go find Triss and, explain what I can.
You walk up to Triss and see her mother standing there, taller than her, blue tiefling with white horns, and she's just like, darling, are you well? Is everything going well at home? I'm just worried. She's like, Mother, I'm fine. She goes, no, I like Atropa, I really do, but I don't like that empire, I don't like Astoria at all. She goes, you should really be back home with me and Ravira. She's like, Mother, I'm fine. Speaking of which, love.
Hi, Edith.
Hello, Atropa, my dear, how are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I'm doing well. I heard my daughter was coming. I heard you had an invite here, and I assumed my daughter was coming as well, and I haven't seen her in 4 years. And she said, and then you see Triss just kind of go, She goes, and I just wanted to talk to my only daughter.
You found us here pretty fast.
I have my ways.
Sure. So, are you gonna be staying here long?
I just wanted to attend the festivities and speak with my daughter, and I might stay another couple of days, but I will be headed home. You see, your father has gotten worse, dear. I wanted to tell you he's probably not long. You see, Tris kind of look. What? Did you not receive the letters? Your father has fallen gravely ill.
Can I insight check Edith Bliss?
Yeah.
Do it.
I want to see like how
Insight
much.
check her.
Is this a ploy? Is
This may be
real?
just a draw of all of us wanting to incite her up the wazoo.
Nat 20.
Nat 20?
31. 31.
Nice.
Get it.
Yeah. Nat 20 for a 31 total.
Amazing.
She does seem to be telling the truth,
Okay.
and she actually looks very worried. And
Okay.
she goes, when you're done here, Tris, I have to request that you and Atropa stop by and visit your father, please. Very well, Mother, I will. Yes. Well. Anyway, I assume you want to speak with your wife, so I'll leave you to it. Where is... there they are. And she starts walking over towards the wolf runs.
I'll turn to Triss and just... How did she... We haven't seen her in so long. How did she know we were gonna be here?
I don't know.
You think with her being able to do that, she would have, like, visited us instead of expecting us to go all the way to Ravira? But
From what she... I don't really know why, but Uncle... She said something about Uncle Lo. I don't really know what he has to do with this, but something... Father, I don't know. She was talking very quickly, and you walked up before I got to... Sorry, I'm not blaming you. I would rather talk to you than her any day of the week. I love my mother, but she's a lot. And apparently, she's
Yeah.
gone into... She's talking about adopting some girls? I don't know what she's talking about.
what? Just randomly? What?
She said she doesn't want to marry after if father passes, and she doesn't want me to be her last child, which don't blame her, but hurts a little bit. But I know she didn't mean it from a place of hurtful. She didn't mean to be hurtful with it. She'll be lonely without father, and Uncle
Right.
Lo is not really fun to be around, really.
Kind of gives me, I don't know. There's something about...
Who wears that much green?
There's some kind of vibe that's off, and I've tried some magic, trying to figure out what it was.
So
and
fun looking at everyone who
got-
plays on the campaign's faces of just like...
I tried to figure out what was going on. I cast some magic kind of subtly. I got no vibes off of him. Nothing. Like, not even like normal tiefling. Like, nothing. It was weird.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, you did the same thing on Mother without asking me, I mind you,
So
and you got
sorry.
the same thing.
look,
You didn't do it again, did you? I have a rule,
No.
you do not cast spells on my mother.
No. I think she expects it anyway. At this point. But no, anyway, yeah, we can kind of discuss all the family stuff later. Going adventuring again?
Dove, go ahead and roll.
I'm leaving the room anyway. I'm heading outside. I'm not staying here.
Go ahead and roll.
Unless somebody stops me, I'm doing
Oh,
it.
well, Engel was going to
Go,
try to do a...
Okay, if you stop her, then she won't get up from the table. She was starting to get up.
If you
from
start
the
to
table
get
head
up,
on.
Engel will stop
Okay.
you just
Then we'll
for
say it doesn't
a
happen.
second.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, she goes, well, if you're going off adventuring, I won't ask for details because I know they'll just make me worry horrendously.
Yeah, it kind of told us we couldn't really explain the details anyway, so.
Esma's gotten more secretive ever since. Well, I suppose I would if my wife and all my sons were dead. But I understand. And also, I want to let you know that Scalus, the little person we went to, he may have found a someone who can make children happen between two women.
Oh.
We've been looking for, so
Yeah.
that's good news when we get home.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, oh my god, that's awesome.
So yes, but I'll fill you in on that after you're done adventuring. I will remain for a few days, spend some time with Mother, to placate her a bit. I swear to God, if Uncle Lo shows up, I'm going to wish I was as good with magic as you are.
You're great. You...
I sing songs, my love.
If you had come a bit on more of my adventures past our first one, we'd be on the same level. But I know it's not for everyone anyway.
Are you going to be fine working with Blackwood?
Yeah, no, it should be fine.
Also,
like water under the bridge at this point.
Also, Lady Wolfrun stopped by and said she was sorry for anything. And also, are you an idiot? You didn't recognize the last name?
No.
That joke. She told me about it.
It wasn't a joke. It wasn't. I didn't know who she was.
She grabs your face and she gives you a kiss and she says, "Love, sometimes you are thicker than the strongest of brick walls."
I'm very good at some things, but I'm very stupid at other things.
She doesn't seem to hold it against you, but I will have you know that Mother has brought some guards because the two Wolfrun boys were glaring at us. I don't think those boys should be a problem. They look a little young, but
yeah, very trigger happy.
If only they're not like the father. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to it, or are you going to come to bed now?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think we have anything else to discuss tonight, so one last night before we head off.
So we'll say you guys go up to the bedroom and kiss and fade to black.
Yeah.
The second person in one of my streams to get a fade to black, and it wasn't for information this time.
No, it was for love.
It was for love, finally.
For love.
So now we're going to go with the king and Jiray. He sits down and he just looks at him and goes, "I am not necessarily blaming you, but how and why was it in your chambers and not in the vault that we spent 9,000 platinum building? You built it, made the traps, made everything in it. You tamed a Tarask to guard it. And you did all that just to be a decoy?
You don't have to blame me, my king. I take full responsibility and accept whatever consequences you deem necessary, for I did cause a massive breach in security, and I will offer no excuses for my behavior. As for why I did it, the only answer I can give is that I wanted to study it, and that I wanted to know what it held, and how that could benefit us in the future, and to be aware of the potential it had to be used either against us or in some other case. I allowed my pride And as I said to the table earlier, my immense hubris to overcome and cloud my judgment. And this was wrong of me. And personally, my lord, I don't think there is any punishment you could give me that would not be fair and equal to what I did. And as such, if you will allow me to finish this task that you have given me, I will step down as Archmage and Baron of my city.
He looks very upset, angry. Then he looks at me and goes, I'm not asking that of you, dear friend. You were a second father when my father passed. You basically raised me. All I ask is you fix your mess. And God's help me if I live through it. This damn illness doesn't take me before it's over. Then we can talk about the future. But for now, fix your damn mess.
I swear it will, my lord. May I speak freely, my king?
It's just us. You can speak freely.
Ray kind of like visibly relaxes his posture a little bit. He just says, I'm sure you do not need me to tell you, my friend, you are not well. There, I can see some magic about you, but I cannot tell what it is. If you would allow me, I can attempt to possibly remove it from you, but I fear that if my sight is clouded from it, I don't know what I can do against it.
I have a feeling it's tied to what's happening because it's been about 3 months since the book was stolen, correct?
Yeah.
In those 3 months, I've aged 10 years. I get older every day. And it started that night. My hope is that whatever that you can do to fix it is in that book. And we have a way to access one spell from that book. Only one.
Of course.
You must choose which one it is. And I trust you more than I trust any person who exists in this world and the next. So I'm asking you, please, not as your king, not as your friend, but as a man who thinks of you as his father, save my kingdom. Save everyone. And when this is done, we destroy that book.
Of course. I will do everything that I and my new companions can to right these wrongs, and then I will do everything in my power to ensure that we reverse whatever it is that is affecting you. I will not. And Ray kind of like puts his hand on the king's shoulder and says, I will not bury another friend.
He goes through a really bad coughing fit and then just puts his hand...
I'll like take him over to a chair and sit him down.
Before he sits, he pulls you in for a very deep hug. Says, can I ask one favor of you, old friend?
Anything at all.
You remember when I was a boy? And he used to read me the stories of the great heroes of old.
Yes.
Read to me one last time, old friend.
Of course.
And they lay back, he lays down on his bed, and you find a book, a very old book of children's fables that he has kept since he was about 5 years old, that you used to read to him every day after his father died. Pull out that book, and that's where we're going to cut that scene. Does anyone else want to do anything before we move on to the next day? I know, Angle, you had something.
Yeah, as Angle sees Farrell getting up, she's just gonna put a gentle hand on hers, very easily swat it away if that was the choice. But in her other hand, she's going to produce a yellow flower. I suspect most people don't speak the way I do. Flowers are important to me. A yellow rose is for friendship, and I know nothing about you, but I'd like to help. And if you will allow, I'd like to be a friend.
You don't know what bad idea that is?
Sorry, I did not catch the first part.
Sorry. You don't know what bad idea that is, can be. I don't have many friends. I did, but I don't. It's a pretty flower, though.
Like I said, and she'll put it on the table. It's your choice.
After a moment, Farrell will just pick it up and look at it. It's a pretty flower.
Thank you.
Is this how all these places are?
Like this.
Yeah.
Most of them. I honestly prefer a tavern.
I have to run an errand, and then I'm going to one, because I don't want to stay here. I promise not to get you killed tonight.
Are you inviting me to a tavern?
Well, Sarah seems to like you. Not that she's a very good judge of character, but pretty much anybody who has a dragon is her friend. And she said that something about you was something. And she's just going to brush her hand across her forehead where the scales appeared earlier.
Something indeed. I'll meet you there.
Good. I don't know a name of a tavern here, but I would. But Pharaoh would.
Excuse me.
So. Oh no, Pharaoh would know.
Okay.
And I'm
Angle doesn't
talking
know anything
dive.
about where
I
she
am
is.
talking dive.
There's the Drunken Lioness, which is the most popular tavern in town.
I mean,
Or more
Is it popular,
popular.
like-
It's more popular for people like Farrell.
oh, okay. I'm not looking for, the posh wine bar down the street. Yeah. Okay. So what was it? The Drunken Lion?
The Drunken Lioness.
Oh, Drunken Lioness. So she'll, Drunken Lioness, out of the stairs. Don't take the second alley. That's a bad idea. Trust me. Third alley, you'll have to circle back around left, and then it's right back there.
All
Don't
right.
take
Don't take the
just-
second alley.
No, just don't. I mean, you could, but you probably would want to burn your shoes.
Noted. Thank you.
And she'll head out. And she'll pause for half a second and consider what she was going to do. And then sigh. Go out. Yeah. And then I would really love to go to and we don't have to role play it unless you want to. She just wants to get a message to Rat, and the only way she would send that message is through her connections with the underworld. So, she's just going to make sure that gets sent.
Okay, I'll just say that you get that sent real quick.
If you don't hear from me in like, a couple months, come here, say you're Rat, ask for the land. If they don't give it to you, well, that sucks, but that's what they're supposed to do. Like, it's not, and she'd have to dictate it. Actually, no, she wouldn't, because she could write it in Thieves' Cant.
Mm-hmm.
So she would write basically the simplest version of it in Thieves' Cant and send it off to her.
Gotcha. All right.
And then she'll go to the tavern.
Okay. Now, before we do that, Bob, what are you doing?
Yeah. So I will find my assistant.
He's still handing out massive pastries. He gave away all of the great sword level ones, which he was not supposed to give out right away, and all of the other ones are still left.
Okay. So we'll be like, Timothy, you are doing the best job. I am so glad I brought you along. I have some things that I need to take care of, previous job. I hope you understand. Remember, we've got that order coming next week. They are the Warhammers. I want to be very clear. We are not filling the staff of the Warhammers. We're only filling the top part. Otherwise, it looks very suspicious. And we've got another order of daggers. All right, not swords, daggers. They were way too long last time, so we gotta rein that in a little bit.
Right. Yeah. You got it, boss. You got it. Yeah. Can we have measurements? Because you told me to say what is dagger sized, and I don't know if you noticed. I'm 12 feet or something like that. I don't know. That's all I am.
It's all in the proportion to the handle, baby. That's how you tell a dagger from a sword.
So he holds out his hand, which is the length of a long sword, and he goes, that's a dagger?
It's gonna...
Oh, okay. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, you're gonna do great. You're gonna take over in my stead. It's just hopefully gonna be for a little while, and then I'll be back.
Oh, I'm going. You want me to go back? You want me to go back to the shop?
Yeah, you gotta make sure that we get all those shipments in on time. We gotta run business as usual. Hopefully, I'll be back soon.
Is there any way you could have guards come with me? Because last time I went by myself, people thought I was a normal giant, and I got attacked a bunch.
I don't know about guards. I can check for you, but I think you're gonna be okay. Just be sure, kind of hunch down, look really sweet, I think you'll be okay.
All right. Okay. And he packs up all his stuff, and you see he actually does have like a normal, like actual, like massive warhammer on his back. It's like bigger than most people. And he walks out, and he's like, all right, I'm heading back then. And he walks out the front door, packs up his stuff, and then gets ready to go.
When you leave town, be sure to get rid of the other pastries. We got to drum up business a little bit, You
got it, boss. And then, an NPC y'all are going to love tomorrow. So, before we go to we can roleplay a little bit of Farrell and Engel, but not too much because there's only one. But before that, Ray, it's a few hours have passed and the king is steadily asleep, and you walk out the door and His Majesty isn't doing too well, is he? And a woman you know very, very well, Edith Bliss, is sitting there. It's kind of filing her nails. How tragic.
Is she sincere? Is she being sincere, or is she like, oh, tragic?
You can insight checker.
I'd like to. Not super great at it, but I'd like to. Where's inside? 8.
Okay. She seems sincere, but she just seems to be kind of like her mind preoccupied elsewhere.
Yeah.
His ailment is not of this world.
That would make sense for what I've seen.
Let's just say there's a certain someone who's very upset that that book was stolen, and they wanted to hurry along him doing something about it.
Well, luckily something is being done about it.
When you finish doing what you're doing, you and I need to put our heads together to fix him. Because I cannot guarantee that the person who did it to him will call it off. Even though I wish they would. I deeply do. They don't want the beasts freed, but they also like to cause problems. I don't need my daughter-in-law, nor you, nor the people of this continent, or any continent. We don't need him upset. He usually keeps to himself when he's in a good mood. And I wish you luck on your endeavor. And I have one request. Or rather, a statement. If you come back without a tropa, there will be problems. Oh, do you understand me?
My lady, I very much understand. You do not need to talk to me about returning home without people. You know my history. I want to make sure every single one of us comes back.
I'm aware. And good. I don't trust many people, Blackwood. You are one of the few. But I'll leave you with that. Please get some rest. You have quite the group traveling with you tomorrow.
Indeed. And I hope you have a pleasant stay here, my lady.
I'm sure my daughter and I will have a great time together that we'll both look back on very fondly. I leave you to it. Right.
Give a little bow and then go to my chambers.
Oh, also, just for full description, she's wearing a very, I realize I didn't, and Ruka would kill me if I didn't. She's wearing very beautiful white dress, low cut. She's absolutely stunningly gorgeous for a woman in her, what should be like 3rd century of age. She looks phenomenal. And she, a lot of people have assumed it's because of her being a cleric that she has attained extended life. And her horns actually come back a bit, and then they actually come to a head, forming like a halo. And she leaves you to it. And then we'll do Angle and Farrell. Do you want to roleplay your tavern time? Or...
I mean, Farrell would just notice that Angle fits right in to this seedy dive bar. She is obviously a chameleon when it comes to location and the social circle she's in.
Is she still dressed the same?
No, she is not wearing that gown. She came out in something way more simple. Almost more of a kind of a cottage core outfit.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just
hang out?
Drink.
yeah,
Okay.
for now.
See if Angle can get her favorite mead.
She
Not
can.
likely. Oh, really? At this place?
It's a mead that is well known and well used, and you can find it at basically, for now, you can find it at most taverns, but you just gotta ask for it.
Popular but hard stuff.
Mm-hmm. So,
Angle would notice Farrell only ever goes up and gets her own drink. She will not let anyone else do it. And you will notice she is not... I don't know, how insightful is Angle, actually?
Let me pop up my character sheet and tell
your
you.
passive insight's not great.
Nah, she's not super insightful. She's
Okay.
the same as 13. It's 13.
Then Farah would seem like she's slightly inebriated, not drunk, but just, having a good time. Probably that would be it to her. But she would notice that even if Angle offered to go up, Farah would find a way to be the one to go get the drinks.
Got it.
And just, I don't know, there's a dice game. She'll probably pop into the dice game if she can and whatever. Just not be in a fancy palace for the evening.
Just socialize without the fancy pants.
Yeah. And about halfway through, Farah will actually reach into a pocket, and this we could pull out that amulet she took off the prince. I probably should get this back.
What amulet is it?
No idea, because I didn't. All of this happened in text chat. All the time you guys were role playing for that 2 hours, there was things of, do you want to do anything? I'm like, yeah, I want to go do this. I want to go do that. She finally got bored. That's the only reason she came to mess with you guys.
It is the prince's amulet that his mother gave him on her deathbed. You recognize it very clearly.
Yeah.
But she's kind of feeling a little guilty about, she probably would have looked at it and I assume it had some kind of emblem on it that made it seem personal. So she'd be like, oh, all right.
I'd say if it was an amulet of protection or just some insignia of his status, I'd say keep it. But his mother actually gave that to him as she died.
You did say I could sense that there was some magic on it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or did I misunderstand?
It is magical, but it's...
Yeah. I'll just hold it out. There's some kind of magic on it. I don't really know what. It's not really...
With
I mean,
her
I can tell that's what it is. But...
With her fascination of the arcane and her secret studies, would she have noticed and picked up on that previously, being around him?
Oh, yeah. You know that it's magical. Like, you've kind of known.
Okay.
I mean, I can roll for it. I have a plus 14 to Arcana, but...
But you know what it is.
Okay.
Angle, it's a very, very strong amulet of protection that has... It's an amulet with 3 spell charges in it, actually.
Okay.
You don't know what spells he put in it, but there are 3 spells in it.
Okay. If you don't mind, I would like to return it. Maybe it'll help him get off my back about not coming along.
We get to have that conversation tomorrow. But,
Maybe just don't tell him.
No.
Actually, I don't really care if you tell him that I took it. It doesn't really matter to me. He really should not drink and assume that nobody's going to pick his pocket.
We've had that discussion.
And I'm not giving the money back.
Oh no, keep
He
that.
could afford to lose it.
He needs to learn. He's young. At
But
least
this
comparatively.
seems like it means something.
It
so,
does.
yeah.
Thank you.
So, with that, we're going to pass time to the next morning.
Yep.
And we're going to take a break. And when we get back, we will do the second half of this episode. And then we will, we go a little over halfway at this point, but we're going to go and finish out this episode and then have fun, guys. So we're going to go on a little 10-15 minute break.
Cool.
Yay.
Does he say that loudly enough?
He's trying
Back
to
up,
whisper.
Kuriku. I will make Kuriku water. Let's go. Can Felicity try the robes on?
You can.
Costume change.
No. She's just like this is. She's like trying to. She's not sure what she's trying to figure out, but she's like.
I'm helping Felicity put on the top. Wait, what? Felicity, we should probably catch up. Come on.
Yes.
And
Oz is just like, oh yeah, we're coming, guys, and follows after.
Hair's running and folding the clothes as he does it.
Not used to this. Not used to this. This is kind of new.
Do you want the pointy stick back?
Yes. Really, I do. Please.
She's gonna take that dagger that she got from.
Hold it.
Yep.
Please don't hit, soldier.
23.
Oh,
Okay, you hit.
Nice.
Roll damage.
Okay. She goes like a little like woo.
I didn't recognize her though. Why me?
Why any of us?
I don't know. It seems like most of you have some kind of reason for all of this. I can't think of any reason some tiefling is trying to bind me.
Who says it's just a
Heavy.
teeth thing?
Well, if it's more than that, it doesn't make any more sense either. I have no royalty in my backstory or any wild legends or anything like that.
Next.
That we know.
There's no reason for her to find me.
In truth, there's no reason to find me. I'm a spare.
What do you mean?
Okay.
But we are found. So now we have to do something about it.
Kuriku, do me a favor. Don't leave me. Not that kind of freedom.
He'll
Need
take
you.
the flowers and just kind of. She put him in a ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll kind of do a little fancy flair with his fingers, and it ends up on his wrist. If it's in my power, I'll try not to.
And I will try to keep you alive.
You've got your work cut out for you there.
Welcome back, everybody. Where we left off on the tragedy of Etharis, the party had gotten their mission and said goodbye to the loved ones that were with them, which was one person and the king. And then Bob told her giant, go home. And Pharaoh and Angle had a nice, fun little evening. So we wake the next morning. Atropa, you awake to Triss already brushing her hair, getting herself ready for the day. Goes, oh, you're awake. I'm going to have breakfast with Mother.
Okay. Do you want me to join you, or?
Well, 3 gods have already come saying that it's time to head out, and I sent them away because I was waiting for you to wake up on your own.
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't worry, it's still early.
Okay, I guess that explains that. Well.
Yeah. She walks up and puts her hands on Sarah's face. She goes, I need you to be honest with me. I know you're powerful. How dangerous is this?
It's probably about the most dangerous thing that I've done.
If you do not come back to me, I swear I will find a way to bring you back just so I can slap you in the face.
I'm fine with that.
But that doesn't mean you go dying, okay?
No, that's not my plan. I'm sure your mom would find me and raise dead to potentially specifically put me back in the ground.
Love, how about we not have to deal with that?
It's not my plan. Look, my job is to, at this point, it sounds like, heal others. I can't do that if I'm dead.
Well, good. Let other people do the fighting for once.
I can't promise I'm not going to do any fighting.
Well, you don't have to sneak away. The Wolfruns and their group already left this morning.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go eat with Mother, and I'll see you soon.
Yes.
All right, I love you.
I love you too.
She gives you a kiss and then walks out.
I'll start slowly putting on my armor. Getting ready.
Okay. Farrell, you wake up in wherever the heck you decided to sleep, because knowing what you told me about Farrell, she finds her own places. Angle, did you go back to the palace to go to bed?
Yes, she would have gotten up to go see the king, and then, or before, whichever she can get to, then go see Timon.
So you try to go see the king, and the guards are like, we are very sorry, but the king is in not good condition. The only person who is able to see him right now is Lord Blackwood. You will meet with your compatriots in the courtyard, but for now, you have a bit of time to do whatever it is you need to do.
If he should feel better, I do need to speak with him, and, well, I suppose I'll ask Blackwood if they've tried something.
Very well. They just get back to their posts, and you go and you find Timilton. He is sitting there. He's polishing his sword, and he flourishes it a little, and he stands up and goes, Lady Angle, so where are we heading out to?
Timalt, have a seat.
I'm not going, am I?
Stop calling me lady.
Listen, just because you didn't marry my brother does not make you not a lady.
Just because I didn't marry your brother doesn't mean I don't think of you as one.
Well, you taught me how to use a sword, but when am I ever going to get an opportunity to use it? Father won't let me, you won't let me.
I'll let you when it's not this.
Well, I was told not to go home without you, so maybe I'll see if the king has any other not as dangerous errands to run. Or maybe just train with his knights till you get back.
Which one of them told you not to return without me?
Both fathers? Well, they said if you perished, which was not going to happen, that I am to return, but as long as you're alive, I am to stay here until you head back as well.
I'll only perish if Adon wills it. And so far, he's been needing me.
Well, right, I'll grab the lads and we'll find something to do with ourselves until you return.
Make sure you give us a good name.
Of course. And just kind of walks off.
Timalt,
Yes,
I love you.
love you too.
And after that,
He starts patting at his pockets and he's like,
Oh,
starts to freak out for a minute.
Timalt,
He's like, what?
I forgot. You dropped this. And she's gonna hold out the amulet.
For anyone else, he would insight check you, but he just... Thank you, Aang.
Make sure
Right.
that you pay more attention and maybe don't
He
drink
puts it around
wine.
his neck. He puts it around his neck, under his arm. He's like, it's just uncomfortable under my armor.
I know, but maybe don't drink while, crowds. I only get to do that because I don't have pockets.
Right, you say it all the time. Tim, you're my pockets.
You are. Keep it close.
Oh, and one last thing. After we're done here, we're not going straight home.
Where are we going?
Your little father's given you leave to go spend time with your betrothed, Kilakzul.
I still need to talk to His Majesty about that.
Well, it was at his request. He wishes to spend time with you before confirming anything and agreeing to anything.
Well, I
will
haven't
not accept any-
necessarily agreed myself.
I believe that was something along the lines was said was, she doesn't know me, I don't know her, let's fix that.
He's been persistent.
Not as persistent as the king who looks like he's about to keel over every moment. It looks like he's finally given up.
That's complicated. Especially if he is going to pass.
His Majesty, you see him fumble about to call him father. He's like, His Majesty has decreed that's where we will go next, and if you decide Kilakzul is not to your taste, we return home. And if not, I am to remain as your sworn protector.
We'll get lots of practice. Promise.
Let me protect you. He just walks off.
Next time I'll just stand and hold my arms across my chest and you can take on everyone yourself.
Depending on what we're fighting, maybe. And he goes out to the training yard.
She'll in the group.
Bob. We'll say Bob being who they are, running their own little business, that they woke up pretty early, found their way down to the courtyard. Is that correct to assume?
Yeah, I'd say so. I will be in my full armored regalia now.
Gotta ask, jewels in the beard or no?
Not jewels. I do have some like metal beads though. It's not a full beard. It's just like a crop.
So Jacob fully went with about to judge your beard, bro.
Never judge, just acknowledge and respect.
Fair.
Mostly beads in the hair, mostly crop beard.
Blackwood, you have just finished stabilizing the king. He had a very bad fit this morning. And you calmed it down with magic. And there were a few clerics in the room as well, as per your request. And he's stable and fine now. But you know you are running out of time.
I mean, Blackwood would just go back to his room, pack a very light backpack of just the essentials, and then when he's like around like the court doing his administrative duties, he's got like, you know, basically the equivalent of like dress shoes, but he'll go out to the courtyard to wait everybody, and he's got a pair of like very well worn like high, tight-laced, very functional, very, very broken in boots that have seen a lot of wilderness.
Good.
But other than that, he is wearing the exact same thing. Same robe, same staff, same everything. And gloves now as well. He's got a pair of like supple leather gloves on.
All right, so now, Atropa, I imagine you go down as well. And Farrell, where are you?
Farrell did not go back there that night.
I assumed.
Yeah, no. She would have, even if she probably would have walked back with Angle and parted ways and then headed right back out the door. But in the morning, she'll be there probably just, I don't know, probably if she could get to the practice yard, just sitting there on a fence, just kind of watching everything happen. She's never been allowed to, like, she's snuck in places, but she's never just been blatantly allowed to wander around. So she's got to figure stuff out. And she's just kind of tossing, like, the fantasy equivalent of blueberries to Syrah, who's swooping around and catching them.
I feel like those are just blueberries.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. I don't know. It's just, you know, some.
No, they're what they
that,
should be. They're purple berries because blueberries are purple.
Good
I
berries.
said that in a game one time, and the DM was like, "There's no." He was allergic to blueberries, so he cracked the joke. There's no blueberries in fantasy, and I was like, "Okay." So now I always go with the fantasy equivalent of this. But yeah, so she's just completely. I don't know where else she would go. So yeah, and she's dressed exactly the same. Everything is the same on her. If you didn't, it probably would have stood out last night just because of the difference in color. She does have a knife, dagger of sorts that she carries that's kind of more ornate than you would expect her to have on her, and she does have a ring on her finger. But both of those were there last night. It's just they probably went unnoticed without. Just on a closer look, you would notice that. That's it. I'm just waiting for everybody else.
So as you all kind of gather down there, you're gathered above between a man, and he's got side part of hair. He's wearing plate armor, and he's like, all right. So this is our crew for today. Oh, you guys look like you can handle some things. I am glad they are not sending me.
Who are you?
Oh, I am the person giving you your assignment, telling you where to go, where you get all of your horses and your food and whatnot. You can call me Mullen.
Mullen. You can take one horse off that list.
Oh, right, you the lady with the dragon, of course. I remember that now. Thing's really feisty.
That she is.
Have you ever seen a dragon try to eat someone's hand? It's pretty entertaining.
Did she try to eat someone's hand?
Well, it was mine, but that's because I thought I saw her sniffing at the horses, and I was like, hey, please don't eat my horses. So I didn't even know dragons knew how to do that.
All right. And Engel at this point, she's not in what she has been seen in at this point. She has this breastplate that is kind of almost a corset in that it takes up the whole her whole torso and up into her, just straight across her neck. And there's these ferns and orchids that adorn it and kind of add texture to it. And under it is this long kind of sheerish skirt of a pale lavender, and the metal of the plating is silver, but in certain light, when it gets a little dark, it turns kind of a greenish color. And then on her sword arm, her right shoulder, there is this kind of plume of long leaves and ferns that kind of meld into her armor.
And
Heck yeah.
Mullen is still talking, and then at this point his commander comes over and he goes, Mullen, they don't need horses. They're going through 1,000 rivers. It's literally poisonous land. He goes, I guess that is a weird place for a horse to be, so I'm just going to say you guys can go ahead and go. The king said you're free to go whatever you want as long as you go today. If you need me, I'm going to sit over here on this bench.
Is His Majesty better? Was that like a telepathic thing? Like, how did he... Or did he show up?
He showed up.
Oh.
No, that wasn't His Majesty. That was that was a commander.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and he goes, well, His Majesty's still pretty sick. Hopefully he doesn't die. I would prefer not to see him as a ghost.
Blackwood, I actually wanted to ask you, have you, and this may be presumptuous of me, but have you tried to remove curse or raid or restoration?
There we go. I'm assuming we have, Cole?
Yeah, you tried everything.
Yeah.
Is-
We have. It's, we've tried everything we have access to find the accent again.
Is
There it is.
no one gonna just ask about why he just said he's seeing ghosts? Is that just normal here? A thing that you all do?
I said I don't want to see any ghosts.
Nah, okay, why would that be where your brain went first?
Listen, crazy things are happening all over Etharis. Some people are saying they're seeing monsters and demons, and some people even say dragons. Ghosts, I'm kind of scared of them, so that's just something I don't want to see.
It's wise
Wow.
to be scared of ghosts.
Ghosts.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Yes. I've.
Benny?
Say more right now?
No.
Right, I'm just gonna go back over on my bench.
Just to be fair, just so you know, that the ghosts don't really have claws, so you might want to worry about the ones with claws more. Just gonna say if that's... Never mind.
Fighting ghosts is actually a pain.
The
Why
Very-
are you
Alright.
fighting? Why?
I've been around.
very heavily clad man who pats Mullen, so he goes, pardon him, he's a little strange, but he's very good at what he does, which is, well, entertaining, taking care of the horses, and fighting. But you lot are the ones who are going to deal with the situation. So if you need anything, just come to the gates. Horses won't do very well down there. Your dragon sure will.
You better.
Well, I have a question for the GM.
Mhm.
Excuse me. How familiar am I with the area we are going to?
I was gonna
Before
ask
it
the
was a
same.
wasteland, you fought there for a 5-day battle.
Oh, so I'm very familiar.
Mm-hmm. And so is Bob, and so is Atropa.
Well, in that case,
Mm-hmm.
how quickly are we looking to get there?
Probably as soon as possible.
It'd probably take you, before it was a wasteland, it took about 3 days to get there. Now it's probably take about 4 or 5.
And what if I could get us there instantly?
Can you do that?
I could teleport us there.
It's one of my favorite
Well,
ways
I'll
to
be
travel,
damned.
actually.
I'm the Archmage of a city of mages. I can teleport us.
You want to go to Huiville, then just warn you, it got rebuilt overnight. You're going to be seeing something and it's, from all reports, it looks different.
Maybe teleport us a little bit away. Like,
I can.
close enough to walk quickly, but not, like, in the city itself.
I am, pretty sure I could. Alright, let me just reread the rules of teleport.
While he's doing
'Cause
that, did
there are
Farrell
some stuff.
have any familiarity with the area we're going to?
We never actually decided where she was exactly from, so that's a great
Oh, we
question.
had like some cities and stuff that she had like retired to and stuff, but like no, she was more like in the northern part of the continent, like the central to northern. This is one of her first times being in this part. She's been this far south before, but not in a while. And she's also, how old did you say Farrell was?
Estimating she'd be, what did I figured out an estimation given the timeline. Hang on one second, let me look.
I think you put it in her description, right?
Yeah, she's like 35.
Well, she would have been 5 when the war ended, so.
Which is when, yeah, that actually coincides with other things in her backstory. So
yeah,
conveniently. And then I gave an extra 10 years after other things so that she had time to grow. So yeah, 35 roughly. And I need to know, that list of, because I don't think you might have written them down, but I don't think you ever sent me those city names. You just went, oh yeah, that works. And I went, okay. So
did I? I thought I could have sworn I did.
To you. I didn't see them. So
I thought I could have sworn I did, but
it's okay. It doesn't need to happen like right this second, but I don't recall because I would have put them in my backstory.
Okay.
I'll go look in the backstory real fast to see if I wrote anything down.
I don't think you wrote in the backstory. Maybe you did, but I could have sworn I did.
I would have added it after you gave it to me, but
okay, let me.
No. Oh, yeah, you have. The only large city you gave me was Stinwald, but that was back before, and then you gave me a small village, Bissian.
Bissian, yeah. But
right. That was before. That's not now.
Yeah.
So I just need to know where Rat. I just need to know where Rat is right now, kind of.
Rat is in. Where was that?
Because he's in a small cottage outside of the city.
Outside of, yeah, he is actually in Wollendorf, which is where Bob is from. Where Bob lives.
I will add that to my notes.
I don't have as many cities on this continent because it's technically a smaller continent than Ravira. There's
where is Wollendorf? Is that up?
It's like in the middle, like right near the.
I see it.
It's
I found it.
To the right, yeah. So yeah.
So yeah, no.
Anywho, back. Here we go. You guys are stocked up to the point where as much as you can be, given your backstories and histories and stuff, and you pretty much always, there's a couple of you who are always prepared with certain items. And you start to head. Are you going to teleport, Blackwood? You're muted.
I will offer, but Ray is smart, so he will explain. Because Cole, I'm assuming I would not have an associated object with where we are going, considering the last time I was there was quite some time ago. So. I can teleport us there. I'm very familiar with the area, so if there is a specific spot, that would be good. I can take us there. This spell, though, I mean, we are, bending space to get there. There is a slim chance, given my familiarity with it, that we will either end up majority chance we'll end up right there. Small chance will be slightly off. Smaller chance, we're more off. Very, very, very small chance, but still want you all to be aware of every possibility. Very small chance that that bending space does not go well, and we come out getting a little banged about. I would put that, given my extreme knowledge of magic, at about a 5% chance of happening. So, depends on your preference. Personally, I'm fine with taking that risk. I feel pretty confident, but I don't want to make a decision that you all are ill-informed about.
I'm down.
All right.
Define banged up.
Well, I mean, it's not like I can classify how banged up would be based on a numerical system. That would be absurd.
Wild.
Of course.
If you could apply percentiles.
Cole, I don't know how much his level 20 Archmage knowledge is going to veer into metagaming So
He's level 20. Come on, man.
yeah,
You'll know you'll get hurt, but you don't know. You won't get hurt.
yeah. There's,
too
I mean,
bad.
yeah. We will not. Yeah, we won't suffer life-threatening injuries. But you know, it could be anywhere from just a wee bump on the head to some bruises, and you're
So
basically
no like limbs left behind or anything like that.
No,
All
none
right,
of that.
I'm good.
None of that.
Magic is a little wonky sometimes. I don't know what you guys do.
Oh, don't I know it?
Yeah. Wild stuff.
Magic is the reason this is happening. All right.
I will
Before
never-
we do this, just as she hops off the fence or whatever that she was sitting on, Carol is just going to brush just up, and she's covered, but she's just going to put her hand here across her chest, and I'm going to go ahead and use my false life ability, which I can do without any expense, just to have it there sitting for an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and roll my temporary hit points just
Nothing
in
wrong with that.
case.
Big
She
fan of
don't know you and
contingency.
she don't trust you.
No,
so-
that's fair. That's fair.
After that spiel of, this
Oh.
archmage who was muckety muck going, I don't know, it might be bad. Yeah. So just a small flare in her in her eyes, probably. No, actually you wouldn't even see it. It's covered. So
Counterspell.
good.
No.
And that's when I leave the party.
Meteor
That is
swarm.
fair. Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Yeah.
All right.
Just hops off. All right.
So Blackwood, you cast teleport.
I cast teleport, and you get to roll the D100.
Actually,
Mhm.
Sierra is going to be in her jacket. Like there was a half moment of Sierra like climbing in. Just like,
So I can take up to 8 willing creatures, which I believe 5 of us plus 2
Epo.
two
So,
companions.
Epo, because she is a paladin dragon mount thing, can teleport with Angle.
Okay.
So she doesn't necessarily count. But so even if she's not in the circle, she'll pop up.
Oh, it's just anyone I can see, so within range. So,
don't be a
Don't.
jerk. Just take every random
Just
people.
take
You take mullet. You take mullet,
oh,
and he's
wouldn't
like,
it be a shame if we left Farrell behind? Oh no!
Goodbye.
take mullet on accident instead. And he's like, guys, I was over on the bench.
Rerolling your character down.
Time to be a hero.
That's
Lauren.
completely fair. You take Farrell. I'm like, all right, Laura, I'll send you my login information for Zoom. Bye, guys.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll a d10 with that to give the number. Ooh.
Yeah, and I imagine at this point, no one's seen Epo.
Yep, 38.
Farrell knows.
That's a
at least
38%.
Which I believe puts us in the clear. Yeah, we are on target.
Yes.
So you teleport about half day's travel from Huiville, and you land. It's funny, I named the city because I was playing Pokemon and I had Weavile and I was like, Huiville.
Weevil.
That works.
And you land and the ground is worse than you remember it, any of you. It is basically, it's solid, but you sink into it. Like the ground is dying. Like you can feel it like you know how when you kind of like when you step on like a mat at like a gym or something and your feet slightly sink in? It's like that, but with
Ugh.
muck.
Ugh.
And you can see the fortress, and it is not only rebuilt, it is bigger. It is alabaster white, flying flags of a serpent, wrapping itself around and biting its own tail.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that answers the question of what thing we're fighting.
Right.
True.
And as they all pop in this teleportation, there is a amethyst dragon just standing over Angle.
Sarah takes off right to go like out of It's immediately just if allowed, will totally perch on its head.
Good practice.
It was just like,
Angle just
thing again.
reaches up and scratches, just strokes her jaw and hums a little to her.
And the ground around you also, you recognize, this is a very familiar battleground. There are still bodies in the ground, like they're sinking in, dissolving. Not everything was recovered, especially when how this wasteland came to be is when the Empire sought the aid of the giants. Well, the king decided he was going to get some help from some dragons. And green dragons have basically polluted this land past where it can ever recover with their poison breath. But you guys won because of it. So you owe your victory to green dragons.
Oh, the irony.
Oh. Are we trying to go in there? What's the plan?
We didn't exactly discuss one.
Fair. Yeah.
I don't think any of us were quite expecting to get... Well, I know I wasn't expecting it to just be that right there.
Nope. Nope.
Have any of you ever broken into a place before?
It's
like
been a
that.
while.
Not like this.
Do we need somewhere out of sight to confer and plan?
Probably.
Sure, and maybe to stake the place out, to know the entrances, the exits, the, guards' rotations. Anything? Okay.
Are you volunteering?
I mean, I can, but I also have Syrah for a reason.
Right.
Ipo goes in your voice. Last time we broke in somewhere, we broke the wall down. Is that what she means?
I think she means when I broke into the library.
Oh, and then you got yelled at for 2 hours.
At least I got to read that book before anyone caught me.
But they did catch you, though.
Well, once I got in, there was no reason to be sneaky about it.
I think she wants to be sneaky.
I think she wants to be sneaky. We can break it down next time.
If we find somewhere that we can be a little quiet, I can send Syrah but it's got to be kind of close. As close as possible, actually.
Y'all are a few miles. I'll say y'all are about. The reason you can see this building is because of how massive it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I thought we were like 200.
I thought they were like...
Step, like...
I thought we were like,
No.
like 100 feet from it. I was like...
No.
Should I just knock?
That's why I said that's why I sort of teleported about a half day's travel from the building. You can still see it because of how big of a building it is.
Okay.
Oh, I was
Cool.
terrified.
Is there like a tree
I was
line
amused.
or
Oh,
It's
in
a
that case.
barren wasteland.
barren wasteland?
There's lots of giant corpses.
I can make us invisible. Let me see.
All of us.
First of all, Farrell. I like where you're thinking. Good. That's good. Based on how you did last night, I imagine you're going to be very, very capable of reconnaissance, I'm assuming.
Sure.
Or at the very least, not being seen.
Yeah.
Good. We will need that when we get closer. It's good that you are already thinking ahead. Very, very good.
You realize I'm not a kid in your class, right?
They're all
In fact, I've
me.
never been in a class, so I really don't know if this is how it talked, but this is like how the baker would talk to us when we would beg for food and he'd give us chores and he would explain to us like we were complete and utter idiots. And I'm not saying you think I'm an idiot, but you kind of, like, is this how he talks all the time?
That's just
Pretty
how
much.
most wizards talk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Farrell, I have to talk through my thoughts.
Oh. My one experience with a wizard, they didn't talk like that.
I promise
A lot
you.
of yelling.
I promise you, this is not how I speak to my students. You'll know if I'm talking to you. I'm talking to them. Either way.
Okay.
It's weird being back here. I don't know how some of you feel about it, but this is a strange place to be back to.
I feel sticky. And she picks her feet up out of the ground a couple
fair.
times, trying to unstick them.
Let's let me see where wait. Sorry, I'm looking at... I have too many spells. I have entirely too many spells.
I feel that, yeah.
I have spells, not a lot of spell slots.
I have so many of all
Level
of these
20,
things.
guys.
Yeah,
I
so
got
warlock.
nothing.
That's why I picked cleric, because I knew I was familiar with level 1 through 5, so it wasn't starting from the beginning.
Did you pick all your spells, Jacob? Because I'm looking on your spells list and it doesn't look like you prepared a lot. Oh, never mind. I refreshed it. There they are.
Yep. Yep.
Found them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Plus
10,
my staff.
11, 12, 14, 14 ninth level spells at your disposal.
Also, I mean, if we're
Wizards.
trying to... If we have specific information we're trying to get, I can also help with that. I can commune with deities to get specific information, but it needs to be actual questions rather than just general.
Yes or no
Information.
questions, or...
Yeah.
How many times can you cast it?
Let's see. Oh, it's actually a ritual, so I can cast it as many times as I want, essentially. It's gonna take a lot of time to continually
Right.
cast it.
But we could... I don't know what else to ask except for which direction to come in from.
Oh. No, I lied. It's been a while since I used this.
Been a while.
Been a while. I can cast it twice before it has a chance of failure.
A bunch of critters play D&D.
It'll fail like 1 out of 4 times if I continue to cast it after that.
Okay. What do y'all do it?
But we can always try to get information the easy way first, and then if we have more specific stuff to ask, instead of just kind of general knowledge, then we can kind of narrow it down that way.
Right. Well, I think we need to find somewhere to park ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Need to
And
get
then
closer?
closer so
Yeah.
you can do what you need to do and give everyone time to... I'm sorry. I'm like Bob for the most part. I am sent in to kill things and scare people or bad people.
Well, let's take this one step at a time. First step, get a little closer, then find somewhere out of sight, and then we'll move from there. No sense in getting too ahead of ourselves and getting overwhelmed.
Right.
First
How
off,
about we just be whelmed?
let's just try and stay whelmed. I will, Ray takes the staff and kind of does a gesture with it and it lights up. I will cast invisibility from the staff at 6th level using 6 charges. And I will make all of us, and I also don't know if your dragon needs to be invisible, but I just made them invisible.
I think... So, correct me if I'm wrong, Cole, if you want to play this a different way, but the way that I've read it in the past is that when the caster is affected by some teleportation, invisibility, or whatever, the mount is affected also. Like I had a DM.
Since it's a find greater steed mount, yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Also, Ray wouldn't just cast it, actually. I want to back up a moment. He would say, for the next hour as we move forward, I can make us invisible until you either try to attack someone or cast a spell, just to aid us in remaining unseen for now.
Just a thought. Maybe we save that
Nice.
for a little closer, aren't we? Like that.
We don't know how far away
She holds
they
up
can
her
see.
thumb and like compares the size.
We don't know how far away they can see, and also, I've got the resources for it. It's better to be safe than sorry.
You
This is
also
not-
do know
Okay.
that this place, well, you specifically, Ray, know that this place is known ever since the battle happened. There's been a lot of monsters like purple worms and stuff that have made homes here.
There's also not just that tower to be afraid of out here. Lots of other things have made this their home, so it's best that we go as unseen as possible. Andy?
Yeah.
I won't fight you on that.
Before we go into danger, I'll turn to Eng and say, So you know some magic, kind of.
Yes, mostly buffs to help everybody
Paladin
else.
kind of stuff.
So, sorry, what?
Paladin.
Yes, paladin.
I have this, and I'll kind of flourish this large ornate staff that I have. This is a rod of resurrection.
Oh.
If anything happens to me and I go down, it won't be immediate, but you can always attune to it and resurrect them.
All right.
And it sounds like a higher level than what you would be able to do normally.
I also have a couple of diamonds on my person.
Same.
Also,
But this can do, I almost said true resurrection, that's a different thing.
Only,
the
right?
spell, the spell resurrection. So within, rather than just revivify, which is fairly quickly, you can do this within 10 days of us going down.
Have time.
If I die and you need to steal it, you have that option. I think you're the only one here that can use it.
All right. Hopefully, you don't die. And if you do, I'll
That's the plan.
bring you back. Ideally, everybody is going home.
Yeah, that's the hope.
All right, so
On that bright note,
you guys start. Jacob, you're
muted. Yeah.
I wasn't muted on the recording.
No, don't worry. I could tell you were cussing when you were still muted, so you're fine.
Yeah.
You always tell when Jacob's cussing because he like.
Yeah, I curse with my whole neck. On that note of contingencies, I've soon to be obviously never had to do this before, but my staff, if we are in a situation and it absolutely calls for it and there is no other option, if my staff is broken, then it will release all of the magic inside of it and create a devastating explosion.
Oh.
So,
All right.
it's not just going to happen, but if all else fails and there is no other course of action, there is that.
How many Chekhov's
like
guns can we
Plan
add in the
Z.
first session?
It sounds like a plan Z. Let's hold that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyone else have something that's on their person that, could kill us all in one punch just because it's fun to carry around an explosive disaster-making staff?
I mean,
Well-
these babies, and she like flexes.
If it comes down
Fair.
to it, I can
Ipo
put
looks at Bob and
a
goes,
couple-
"I like her."
If I have to, if it comes down to that, I can get a couple of you on Epo and send you off.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, on that note, I'm gonna just start
Welcome to
walking.
war.
And as she walks, she's gonna cast mage armor on herself.
Just make her progressively more uncomfortable.
So
Seriously,
since
she's
it's-
supposed to be the weirdo in this group. Come on.
Everybody's
So
like,
since-
I'm ready to die.
Welcome to the war zone.
So
Cleric.
with y'all walking, and it's like a level field, like the only thing that like could be hiding is like behind a giant's body or anything. You feel a few trembles, but they're far enough off.
Oh, I do cast invisibility on all of us.
Yeah, I'm saying you can feel the
Yeah.
trembles from far off. After about 45 minutes of walking, you're getting closer, obviously, and you see Tweeville starts to glow white.
The tower?
The building. And
Yeah.
streams of light are starting to flow into the sky, forming kind of like a pillar, slowly.
That's not
It's
good.
small for now.
How far away are we?
If you can guesstimate, it would take you about 6-8 hours to get there
Okay.
walking.
What
And you've
if
been walking
I-
for about 45 minutes, so about 7 minutes.
What
On
if I-
Epo, it would take you like an hour.
How many people can I fit on her?
Given everyone's size, I say the only person you would not actually no, Epo can fit 3, so it could fit you. If you wanted to fit 3, you could fit yourself, Bob, and Farrell. If you wanted to fit 2, you could fit anybody in a set of 2. Because everyone here is not very big.
Now, what if hypothetically your dragon was twice as big?
Oh my gosh! If you cast, if you do it, oh my gosh!
Just saying.
You would make
so
all my
much.
dreams come
Just
true.
saying. Just saying.
That
Just
DM.
saying.
That only lasts for 10 minutes, doesn't it?
1 minute, but it'd be a really fun 1 minute.
Really fun 1 minute.
Oh my
love
goodness!
Until
my
it
brain
shrinks
thought
We
and
we were
really
going
got to
back.
get somewhere.
My first thought was, I wonder if he has
Could you guys
polymorph. Yours is
yeah, I was gonna
giant
say, could you
dragon.
polymorph
yeah, that's right.
everybody?
I do have polymorph.
You could either polymorph everyone, or then you would
giant
break
dragon.
your invisibility.
I'm a great wizard, gang.
I
Let me
literally was
see.
using
Let me
polymorph
see.
yesterday, so
Did
It's
I
in my
prep
mind.
it? That's the question.
I
My
was
players
thinking you were
turned
gonna be like,
something
what if
into
I
a
turned
sheep.
everybody into puppies?
So
I gotta-
close enough to the ocean. I'll say y'all can
I
see
started
from
from there. I was like, what if I could, because I was thinking of from the staff. I was looking at the staff spell list. I was like, what if I could reduce everybody? But you can't upcast it to reduce more than one person.
I
You
will say
can't
from
upcast polymorph to do more than one person.
from a
Oh.
distance as the pillar starts to happen, everything shakes for a brief second, and you can see what looks like an ethereal massive serpent in the ocean to the south. You can see its body start to, and it's completely see-through. So it's still ethereal. Like, it's... That's
like
your
that.
warning sign that they've started the ritual.
All right.
I want to go.
Okay.
Who wants to be a bird?
I want to go.
But it's
So
like, you can
long.
tell, actually, give me from a very far distance Arcana check, Blackwood.
Can I help?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Farrell's got an insane. Your Arcana, from what you said, is higher than mine. So
Life experience, my man. Life experience.
Yeah, I was
Get-
like,
get-
oh,
you-
I have
get
great
Ben, old
Arcana.
man.
And then Dev dropped her number, and I was like, but dang. For Angle, it's a hobby. She can't actually cast arcane magic.
I have very clinical knowledge.
Are you rolling with advantage, or am I rolling?
you roll
or-
with advantage. Ray.
Would Farrell help or just roll their own check?
She'd be looking at it and going and muttering at her. But I don't know. Go for it.
Actually,
She doesn't have much experience with
She
things
doesn't
like
have any
this.
book knowledge. Everything she has is
So you can
from
roll
her
with
patron
advantage.
and from her experience, life experience. So
you definitely say something that tips me off because my
Sure.
first roll was a 4, but my second roll gets me to a 27.
nice.
You can tell that the ritual, because you've read the ritual in the book, and you can tell that this is
Oh.
it's in its infancy. This is the very beginning. But you can kind of scan the horizon, and you can see from every corner that you can see, like where you're close enough to the ocean, you can see. You further back is bigger, like lumps of like snake body that is like moving through the ocean.
I'm like
Yeah,
that.
that's actually Farrell during that would tip you off to help you out would be. That's kind of like when I summoned Syrah, but not. it started like she was an outlaw, and she's just mumbling to herself, like, and Sierra is back on her shoulder
That's a good way
staring
to
at
put
it.
it. That's a good way to put it. It's kind of like an outline. You can see
Ray,
like a silhouette of what will be
Ray
the
definitely,
world serpent.
I don't think, doesn't want to acknowledge that that's what it is, but then like can't deny it anymore. Do I know how long that ritual takes? Was that in the instruction manual?
Please
Give me a
wait for 3
give me a
hours.
history check.
10 hours.
Give me a
It's like
history
the
check.
baking instruction.
19.
It usually takes about a day to finish.
Thank God.
Awesome.
Good.
All right, so that is the big.
And by a day, I mean
summoning.
12 hours. No, I'm just kidding. It takes about it takes about 24
the
hours
days
around.
here are shorter.
Yeah. So Ray will just say, "Well, that is the big summoning spell of the world serpent. Get in about a day. It'll finish, and they will summon it. So, I reckon they've just put a deadline down for us."
Right.
All right.
Looking at Bex's face, and she's like, "What? Already?" Level 20 miniseries.
I gotta be
I'm
honest,
so
Bex, all of
scared.
us are so used to hearing about these beasts. We're all like,
No, but
Tracks.
Y'all haven't encountered the actual.
let's go.
just another day in Ravira, am I right?
I mean, y'all haven't actually encountered the actual beasts at all.
No,
Maybe
but
not.
not.
But you know
But
what?
we've been hearing
y'all
Y'all
been
about
heard.
it.
Y'all heard about. Well, this is like the big. This is like the big like timeline area where they started to become a problem. So,
I'm aware. It's just,
but
you know,
Dove's
poor
very
Bex.
aware. Her character in the main campaign is very involved with all of the beasts, mostly Fenrir, but
All of them.
One.
My
Or she
first
knows she's
experience
involved
with
with
a
one.
world serpent. I'm very scared.
oh, he's got a stat block and everything.
Yeah, they're all okay.
Jormungandr.
Got to get one of you magic people close enough to. Can you counter that at all?
You can't. You
I'm-
can't.
I might be able to do something. I don't know how well it will
How
work.
close do you need to get?
I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Yes.
Love you so much, Storm.
Divine intervention.
With
a
who
Hail
your
Mary.
with who your god is, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, right? Hey, Snake
Okay.
Mommy, can you help?
I mean, would it help if you were like? I can get you pretty close if you can be sneaky.
Oh no, I don't know if I need to be close. I just kind of have Hail Mary options if we need it.
Do you want to try to commune with your god?
Well, I mean, I was gonna commune eventually. I just
We're still
Okay.
walking.
I needed
Right.
I needed some questions before I communed.
Yeah.
But no, I was thinking about divine
Snake?
intervention. Snake.
Stop, snack.
Also, I will recast invisibility after an hour, using another 5 charges. I'm keeping track of it on D&D Beyond.
Good.
So I would just like us to really not be accosted by something on the way to this tower.
Yes.
Are we? How we polymorph people? Are we flying? What?
Oh yeah. Are we getting there faster?
Given that we have a 24 hours, roughly, we can continue on foot, or if we would like to get there even faster, I could turn myself or someone else into like a great eagle. That way we could all just fly there, probably cut down on the time of arriving, but we would be more visible, because I cannot maintain someone transformed into a bird and also keep people invisible.
Right.
I can only make myself invisible. So sorry.
So do we
I
want...
don't have a lot that helps other people. It kind of just helps me. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I do, but not like that kind of stuff.
Well,
Helping
everyone
yourself
everyone
helps
has their
us.
strengths. Yeah. We all do different things.
Yeah, most of my stuff is a buff to help people fight and make myself more dangerous.
I will say, Tropy, you do feel an immense, like, fear when you see that creature, which normally, being who your god is, snakes, serpents, those kind, they make you feel kind of at peace and calm. This one terrifies you. I can't hear you.
So not associated with her, more than likely.
Actually, it feels like it is the closest you've ever felt to her, but also not in a good way.
Okay.
You'd have to
Interesting.
commune directly with her to get answers on that.
All right. Good to know.
Oh.
Do we want to sacrifice stealth for speed?
I think
Oh.
getting there faster would probably be better than sneaking slower, but sneaking also isn't my purview anyway, so...
Could we get closer and then opt for stealth?
Yeah.
Granted that they don't spot us on our way.
Can I see if there's like, I mean, I know there's the fortress, but is this just flat like swampland, or are there trees and things like that we could stay kind of under the tree cover?
There's a couple of like trees that they half still exist, like they're like knocked down at like basically just like trunks that have been
So
burned
nothing
away.
breaking up the skyline.
No.
I'm kind of picturing like a mix between the dead marshes from Lord of the Rings
Yeah.
and then like the swampy area from Mad Max Fury Road.
That's actually a pretty good
Fair.
pretty good one there. My inspiration for this was the dead marshes, so
Yeah.
right down to a big battle where there's still dead bodies everywhere.
Love it.
Listen,
The battle was 30 years ago, though?
yeah, and the bodies are decaying, but giant bodies take a lot longer to decompose than mortal bodies. So the giant bodies are still decomposing.
Gross.
I don't know. You all are the heroes here, not me. So
If we
pick your poison.
You do remember, Ray, that there is a river that flows along behind the fortress. Like a wide river that leads into the ocean. There's several. That's why it's called the Thousand Rivers. But there's a big river behind the fortress that kind of wraps around. It's like, say you guys are here, fortress here, river goes around behind it.
Cole, how many miles are we off?
You want me to put numbers? Ugh.
we're level 20, man. We need the numbers.
We need numbers.
Yeah,
We're
I know.
more
I was
than
doing
3 miles out,
I
right?
was doing
the math of
yes.
some of the things I can do, and I'm like, none of that can last
You're
long
more
enough.
than 3 miles out.
If we can get within 3 miles, I can find out if there are any entrances that we can get through without being spotted, but it wouldn't matter if we're seen before then.
I think we have not, while we do not have an immense amount of time, I think we have enough time to get a little closer on foot before we risk detection. So let's at least carry on until the hour is up and this invisibility spell has ended, and then see how close we get then and just take it a step at a time. This is not a situation we want to rush into.
No.
Just
But again,
with
let
the
me
time
know.
limit.
Yes,
Right.
of course. Let me know if I'm being overly cautious. It's been a while since I've been in a situation like this.
Right. While we're going, think of questions that I can get in a minute that nature will be able to answer. Bodies of water, plants, minerals. You know what? Rocks are minerals. Is this castle fortress made out of stone, DM?
Yeah, it is.
Awesome. So the walls can talk to me.
If
So as you guys are moving closer to the fortress, you see those purple worms and other creatures talk about coming out of the ground and like fleeing away from the fortress. They do
No.
not even pay attention to you guys at all.
I don't like that.
That's a great sign.
Do any of those creatures look familiar to me for a specific reason that I don't know what that creature was? So
They don't.
okay, just making sure. Okay. I just
You
broke.
do also see
You're like, oh crap, I don't remember what that was.
No, I know what it was. It's nothing like that.
Okay.
There is, however,
I-
you hear wing beats and you see a adult red dragon fleeing from the fortress.
Have I mentioned I
Wait,
don't
an
like
adult
that?
what?
Adult red dragon
Red.
fleeing
Cool.
fleeing from the fortress.
So
Seems like a great idea.
Like this.
Hippo looks
Okay.
up, looks scared, and then looks at you, and goes, that dragon just basically was screaming, "Run away,"
Right.
in our tongue.
You know what?
Um, It was larger than. Problem.
She's just gonna
Is-
stroke.
is Sierra reacting to that at all?
Sierra's
I mean,
like,
because Sierra would have heard it too. So
Sierra
I
just
don't know.
goes, that dragon's kind of a bitch. He runs, he runs away in the face of danger. We do not.
To
Oh
Ipo,
boy.
she's going to telepathically just say, "We've been at this for a couple thousand years now. If we go, we go."
You're always so fatalistic, dear. You say that every time.
Well, it's true. We're living my
Suppose-
dream. I'm sorry if it's not yours.
I suppose we haven't died yet.
No.
Right. Well, that thing in the water was definitely bigger than he was, so.
Yes. And remember, you don't die. You just go home.
True. But I don't want you to die. I've grown fond of you.
I know you.
Can we feed it the rat? And looks at Sue.
I think it's too far away.
I know I can't tell what they're saying, but I communicate in the exact same way with Sierra. Can I take a wild guess at what the communication is happening here?
Give me an
It's
insight check.
definitely telepathic, and we're probably speaking in Quarry.
Oh, in Corey, yeah.
Quarry or Draconic. We probably switch between the two.
Yeah.
That's a 12.
You have no idea what they're saying, but you can guess that they're talking about the big dragon, probably.
Yeah, just more that I can guess that, they can communicate the same way. It's
Yeah,
kinda
you
one
can
of those
figure
things.
that out, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just gonna keep plugging along, like,
So we're just
She's
heading
probably
straight for
borderline
Queville as
whistling.
fast as we can, like walking speed, running speed. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
oh, it's like what running in like shallow water at the beach. It's like,
You're getting wet. Your socks are getting wet.
Angle will probably have people rotate riding on Ipo to help with endurance.
how
'Cause
deep is this?
she's-
Because Bob and Farrell are
It's not very.
short.
It's not very.
Short legs.
It's not very deep.
5
It's not.
feet, like,
It's like
how
ankle.
much
It's like
taller?
it's like ankle deep for even Bob. So it's like top of foot deep for everyone else.
Can I do the cat thing where I actually can run across
No.
the top of it?
That would
Bob's
make
like,
sense, though.
I'm normal legs,
Short.
Bob
I'm
legs.
short.
Can I do the legless thing?
Yeah, seriously.
Jump on the whole floor. But as you guys get closer, since it does take you, even with full running, we'll say to get within 3 miles, still takes you about three hours to get there,
Right.
and
I'll do another.
invisibility.
Yeah.
At this point, the serpent is becoming a lot more tangible, and at this
Oh,
point,
like that.
very far in the distance, so far south that you're even past the edge of the Gulf of Lions, you see a head that you can see from where you are, and it's turning and looking right at the fortress. This is hundreds of miles away, and you can see it
I'm getting
coming out of the water.
feeling that we're running out of time.
It's still pretty ethereal, but its body is fully formed in the ethereal sense. The physical parts have not started yet. It's not physical yet.
We are running out of time.
Maybe it'd be better to slow it down, keep it in the ethereal plane if I can try.
With your,
Divine
it-
intervention.
If you can do it.
go ahead and give us
I
a
can-
try.
Certainly try. Well, it automatically succeeds.
Level 20
Well,
click.
yeah. Well, let's just see what your god can do.
Mm-hmm.
And the campaign
This is kind of what you
ended
guys
there.
see. This is kind of what you guys see. I'm uploading it. That's essentially what y'all see in the distance.
Oh,
I'll put it in
boy.
the chat.
Oh, I don't. I want to go home.
I don't like that. I don't
I
like
want to
that.
run my bakery. I don't want to do this.
That's
fair.
So, Atropa, you try to commune with your god. What do you say to her?
I'll kneel down at this while everyone's kind of taking a break from the running. Kneel down, kind of face towards the now progressively being more summoned serpent, and I'll say, Silvara, I'm not entirely sure how you feel about this, but we've been tasked to stop this, and I need more time. I would like to keep this creature in the ethereal for as long as we can.
You see that the fortress and the pillar, the pillar stops growing. It's still glowing and it's still there. And you hear her speak to you. She goes, I can only extend it by another 2 hours. Unfortunately, I am not as powerful as that creature. I cannot directly hinder my father from reawakening.
I appreciate it. It's
I recommend haste. If he returns all of my power, if he returns, he's coming for it. I cannot defeat him alone.
Good to know. We'll do our best.
I wish I could do more.
It's... Hopefully it's enough. Thank you.
So that's your realization that your god is the world serpent's child.
Good to know. Atropa will stand back up at that, and say, I bought us another 2 hours. I don't know if it gets worse if it becomes a physical manifestation. Like, I don't know how this whole spell thing works, but I can only assume that once it starts gaining a physical form, it's going to be worse for us. So
Immensely.
we have another 2 hours of it being ethereal compared to what we did before.
Right.
Where?
Good.
So
Or
we
nothing.
need to get in there and stop who's ever casting the spell?
Yes?
Yes,
I
we
would
need
assume
to
so.
find.
Or do you just want to explode the
You're
top of the
muted.
tower?
Well, if we could explode the top of the tower, that would probably most certainly cause a significant delay. But I
Remember,
imagine
this is a fortress that's almost as large as the city. So
How big
Oh,
is
There
the
is a
tower?
chance. there is a chance that they're holding the ritual at the top of the tower. That is one of 2 places they would hold the ritual.
What's the other one?
This was a fortress that you once knew. There is a far below ground, what used to be an altar to Adon.
As much as I'd like to think they're holding it at the top of the tower, I have a feeling they're probably deep beneath the fortress at the ritual site.
Well, they could be
Right.
on top of the tower. You never know. Watch you get in there, and then you go down below, and they're not there, and then you're like, "Crap! We have to go to the top of the tower now."
Listen, if we
That
can
would
bring
Be within 3 miles, and I can find out.
good.
I was gonna say,
are we
I
now
also
in
have
3
another
within 3
way.
miles?
You are now.
Oh.
But what were you going to do, Atropa?
Oh, I was gonna, Anne can do hers, but I was gonna say I also have commune. That's a good question for commune. Are they at the top of the tower? Or are they in the basement?
What level is your spell?
5.
Okay, so is mine. Let's see, commune with nature.
Mine's ritual, though. I don't know if yours is ritual or not.
It doesn't look like it is. I could find out other information, like how many people are inside, and is there an entrance we can get through, and da-da-da-da-da. But it depends on how many questions I can get in 1 minute's worth.
Oh, okay.
oh.
Or it's casting is 1 minute, so I'm assuming it's only a minute.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, if you get me kind of close, I can probably at least find out what's on the other side of a door. So
Well, I think
I can see through walls sometimes, but it's like only once in a while and it gives me a headache. But I can do it,
That sounds like a
but
fun
not very
time.
far.
Veril, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come by your magic?
I do mind you asking, just
That's why I specified. Yeah, I
not the way you did.
respect your boundaries.
And that's about consent.
Consent is key.
See,
Consent
people
is
who
a
watch
level one
Andrew
ability
Tate,
of
that's
every
how it
class.
works.
Yeah.
I highly
feel like
doubt
I just
anyone
need
who
to-
would
I
watch
just need to
him is going to be
preface
watching our
everything with it.
video.
An apology to Jacob. Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's been playing D&D long enough. He knows what it's about.
I've been doing theater long enough. I know.
That's
Trust
right.
me.
We ought to
I'll tell you. I got some stories I can tell you.
Sure.
Ooh, story
After.
time.
Yeah.
So are
We
we
knew that after.
getting? Are
So-
we going to keep getting closer, or?
I think we can.
I mean, Pharaoh hasn't stopped moving unless you guys
Yeah,
like made a point
I
to
think
stop.
we can. I think we could pause. What? I think we could pause. I don't know what that word is in this
All right,
accent.
so
And get some broad strokes and then move from there.
are we doing angle? Are you doing your... Are you going to talk to the rocks?
Well, I want to consult with my team first. I have a minute. I can commune with nature and see what information I can gather, but it has to happen within a minute. So I
Do
could.
you have to be touching the ground to do that? Could you
Yeah.
still be on your friend and somebody just holding you on so that you can concentrate?
Are you sit like
I don't see
Jake
anything
don't
that
understand.
Says.
I'm saying, could somebody? I'm finagling because normally you have to be sitting still, like to do it to concentrate. Could someone be holding her on so we can keep moving?
Oh, it
Well,
says
I-
the
She
spell
does it.
doesn't function
Yeah.
where nature has been replaced by construction, such
Ah.
as in dungeons and towns. So I guess I can't talk to the
Worse.
walls.
Your worst enemy.
My worst enemy. Unless there's like, a natural rock inside.
Is there a tree?
Well, Storm, you said you
there
have
a
one
lone
that's a.
tree?
You said you have one that's a ritual.
Yes. I
Same
can do
question.
commune. What
we
was
put Atropa on the dragon
Well,
and keep moving?
so my
Yeah.
question would be like, how long as a ritual would it take to cast commune?
I believe it's a minute.
Is it a minute or is it 10?
I think it's like 10 plus the casting time of the spell is how you do a ritual. If
I was just here like,
correctly.
I just want to get into combat so I can hit things.
No, it's just a minute.
Don't worry, Bex. Next session is going
Would
to be
you-
like
would-
all
would
combat.
Casting time is a minute. Duration is a minute.
Okay. Would you
Honestly, I love this because I don't have to like think.
No thoughts, just vibes.
would you want to like just cast a spell, or are you saying do the ritual?
I was gonna do the ritual.
Yeah.
Because then I
Save the
save my
magic.
spells.
Ray would bring up if stopping for 10 minutes after we just bought 2 hours is gonna mean we lose, then we've already lost.
Then could we put her on the dragon and somebody holds her on? Could you cast it while riding if somebody was
I don't
making sure you didn't fall
Yeah.
off?
I don't have to touch nature. Do you?
No. It's just, I'm communing with
Right.
a deity, so it doesn't really matter.
I didn't realize that's what this mini was. Sorry, brief pause. I didn't realize this was an outhouse mimic mini. Someone goes to go poo, and that's what greets
Surprise.
them.
Oh, that's the worst.
You won't have
That's-
to go anymore after that battle.
That's terrifying. I just thought this was like a little like set. I got this out of a pack, and I was like, "Oh, what is this actually?"
Somebody wants...
Outhouse mimic, but instead of a tentacle tongue, it's just Shrek. All right, so sorry. I just had to share that because I was like, "That's terrifying." But so, Atropa, are you casting commune?
I do need 2 more questions though, if we want to use it wisely. So I was gonna ask, would you say this one was in the
Where are
basement?
they?
Was the other?
Is the-
It's
yeah, is
yes or no
the-
questions.
Is the
Are
Is
they
the
holding
source
the ritual in the
yeah.
basement or the tower?
And
Whichever.
then, so that might be 2 questions, kind of depending on how it goes. So if it says yes, we got our answer. If they say no, I was going to ask if it's in the tower. If that's also no, then like
Ray would recommend asking if it's in the the altar beneath the city, because he thinks that's the more likely place that it would be.
Yeah, that's where
because
I was
of like the
ask
religious
first.
significance of it.
Any more
We're
questions?
gonna resurrect you. We're gonna resurrect you at Grandpa's altar.
How many people are in there?
Yes or no
creatures?
Yes or no question.
Oh,
Yes or
okay.
Are there more than 300 enemies in that building?
That's fair.
Bob's like, please, I want to murder them all.
That's a high threshold.
Yeah.
They're like level 5. Just bonk, 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 bonk. Or more slice, 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 slice.
I will say Farrell has not stopped moving. She's got a job
Okay.
to do
I
for a
mean,
reason,
we can
and
walk.
she can't do anything till we get closer. So I'm assuming we're walking and talking while you guys figure this out.
Sure. Yeah.
Until we
Yeah.
figure
If
it
you're
out.
not, then Farrell's ahead of you. But
Yeah. We'll walk,
Yeah,
we
we
can
keep
walk
walking.
and talk till we get it nailed
What
down.
are 2 other questions? Yes or no? That makes it difficult.
It does.
Ray is smarter than I am.
To be fair, so is Angle.
If you want to roll a
I'm
just raw intelligence check, I will give you questions that are actually important to the encounters. If you roll well enough, Ray.
Since this is a
I'll
group
go for it,
effort,
yeah.
could all the
Okay.
smarty pants or everybody roll?
Everyone can, but it's a high DC.
Well, the max I can get is a 25.
Intelligence check, yeah.
Ah, my dice failed me.
it was almost a nat 20, and then it flipped to a 2. So nope.
Hang on, I'm just real quick checking if
I'm
I have
smart.
anything that can help.
I rolled smart. I rolled.
No,
I'm smarter than I rolled.
I'm smarter than my character, and I'm okay with that.
I don't know. I'm playing a trope pretty close
Sorry,
to how I am.
I'm just checking
Technically, I'm
spells in
smarter
case
than
I
her.
have something. I don't think I do.
I'll ask
But I
Epo.
wanna-
She has any ideas?
Yeah.
She's
don't
been
think
on
I
missions
do.
with me. I don't know if we've
Yeah,
ever
well.
like infiltrated.
I got an 18.
Okay, with an 18, I'll say you would think to ask, are there any large snakes within?
That makes sense.
And that's 1. Oh, so that's 1 you guys got.
Well, 2.
I'm saying that's 1 that I gave y'all.
Oh,
That's an extra. That's
okay.
another one. Epo just
Um,
goes, we could always ask if there's a lot of people.
I'm assuming there's going to be.
Ray
Actually,
would,
or
Do we
go
have
ahead.
to worry about traps, maybe?
yeah, Ray would ask, like, are the... I feel like we can assume they've got, like, safeguards up. A good question might be, are the traps that we may encounter more magical or physical things? Because that can give us an idea of what to keep an eye out for.
It's gotta be a yes or no question.
Sorry,
Are there more magical traps than physical traps?
Yes, sorry, I meant to say, are the traps we may encounter more magical?
Are those the
than
3 questions we
physical?
want to
Yes.
ask?
Yeah.
So, first question is, are they holding the ritual in the altar in the basement? Answer you get back is yes.
Cool. Good to know.
Second, are there any large serpents? Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that tracks.
Are the traps more magical than physical? Once again, yes.
Okay. Good. All right. I'll let everyone know what I got from that. And yeah, so it kind of narrows it down as to where we're going at the very least.
So I can cast Detect Magic at will from the staff, and then I also have Dispel Magic on the staff as well.
Nice.
So
I did also take Dispel Magic.
I have counterspell.
The only thing I can think to ask.
Oh, I have
through-
dispel magic too.
Hey!
Hey!
Boom, 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 boom. I did not prepare that spell, so I don't have it. But,
We should have asked if we're probably not going to have time to get a long rest, are we?
No.
No.
Maybe a short rest?
If y'all want to waste an hour.
We'll see how it goes.
Bob's
Yeah,
like, what are
depends on how banged up we
spells?
get.
Bob's like, spells? I just hit things.
I feel ya.
Well,
In my other campaigns, I'm a sorcerer though, so like this is wonderful. Just being
Well-
able to.
Well, typically Dove in the main campaign, she plays a fighter. Well, actually, so does Lore. Dove and Lore both play fighters in the main campaign. So,
Bex, is Bob a fighter?
Yeah, Bob's a fighter.
Oh, cool,
They're
yes.
an Echo Knight.
Yeah, you get stuff back on a short rest. You get like everything back on a short
I
rest.
don't think
Yeah.
we need a short rest yet.
But I haven't,
know,
haven't
but
done any
you know,
Echo.
he's just
so-
thinking ahead, just thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Bob's like,
Just thinking ahead.
Bob's like, I
Depends
haven't
on how
done any of my
banged up
cool
we get.
things.
Yeah.
I've only got so many
I haven't
spells.
done any Michael stuff.
Depends on how banged up we get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
All
I
right.
can make some treats.
Okay, just
Make some
meta-wise,
treats
if we can get within 100 feet of them, of the walls, I can use Syrah to spy. Because we could turn her
Well, y'all have
invisible.
been continuously moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next step is
That's what
next
I-
step is to get to
Just saying.
to the walls.
After
3
about
miles
another
away.
hour, so you are down to, well, with adding the 2, you, instead of being at 18 hours remaining, you're at 19 hours remaining until the serpent is back fully.
And as we're still going on foot towards the city, I will keep casting invisibility.
Cool. You guys are within 100 feet of the fortress. You can't see the top of the walls to tell if there are people walking across. The doors are about 30 feet high each door, and it's a set of double doors.
This big.
Well, considering the walls are like 300 feet high.
That's also big.
Yeah. So, very, very big fortress.
I could jump on Epo and get a quick surveillance, but I don't know if that's useful at this point.
Well,
Someone
Farrell-
can just make sure I don't trip. I can do it from the ground, and all they're gonna see is a little guy.
Will they
I mean, I
even
could-
see it? Is it invisible also?
Well-
I can make Farrell your I keep forgetting your familiar's
Syrah.
name, Syrah. I can make Syrah invisible for a little
It's
bit
up
of.
to you. Are there still things flying away from this? Like there's still
Oh
stuff
no,
in the air,
everything
like-
everything's the only thing that was flying away was that dragon. Everything else was like on
Okay.
the ground, but everything's gone.
Okay.
Dang it. I forgot about something last night.
What?
I took Hero's Feast. I didn't do it last night.
I kept waiting for you to say it because I know you love it as much as I do.
Oh, I
we could say that we did it. We could say that we did it.
Not in this campaign. This campaign, you gotta
I mean,
remember for the next big fight.
Is
it is only 10 minutes. Wait, no,
Are-
we have to spend an hour eating it, Jake.
yeah. Are we still invisible
rest.
currently from one of? Because Syrah would have been
I'll
involved.
say he
in that.
casted a one like right when y'all got to the we'll say he knew it was about to run out, so he
Yeah,
clicked it again.
I was re-upping it.
I mean, it's up to you. Well, yeah, because then you're invisible too. So you all three could go up. Syrah could go up with you guys, and more eyes.
More eyes.
Because I can see through. I can see through her eyes. So
The only trouble is if anyone has true sight or blind sense.
that's why I was saying just a small little creature might not draw as
Yeah.
much attention. But it's up to you. I'm good at sneaking in. I'm good at tracking what's going on and figuring out the best way in and the best way out. But I'm not you guys who apparently have fought in wars and won them
Well,
and stuff.
There's a difference between sneaking in places and chopping off somebody's head.
I think.
Sorry, was that too much?
I just wasn't expecting it.
I just assumed.
No.
This seems to be a perfect application for your set of skills.
Yeah.
And you're better at that than we are.
Okay, kind of best if somebody guides me while we're moving, because
Will slip her
won't-
arm through Farrell's.
Okay. I won't be able to
Well,
hear
are-
or see anything.
Yeah, are we
so-
still moving, or are we finding a place?
Y'all
Because
have-
we've gotten to the city walls. Do we want to find, like, I don't know, a giant corpse to hide behind for now? So that we don't have to move?
Works for me.
To be fair, with as close to the walls as you are, people on top of the wall are not going to be able to see you, so you just have
cool.
to be like watching out for any patrols, which you don't see any right now. There's no guards at the front door either, because
Okay.
I don't think they expected anyone to walk up to it. But
Okay.
I will say real quick before we continue, Ray, you recognize the symbol on the door.
Oh.
It's of a race of people that are like, they created their own race, mutated from Yuan-Ti. They are Yuan-Ti who swore subservience to the world serpent and became a new race called Ophidian.
Ophidian.
And you recognize their sigil right on the wall.
Well, I'll explain that to the group. I'll say that symbol, that's what that means.
So
They look a little different from Yuan-Ti.
Yeah.
More snake than person.
So,
Okay,
and
snake people. Got it. Makes sense. Giant snake in the air. Perfect. Okay.
Snakes.
I'm gonna let just kind of grab a hold of, I don't know. Oh, was Angle grabbing her arm just because she doesn't? Yeah, just gonna have her eyes. And Zira's gonna fly up, and once I know she's about at the peak of everything to like get up high enough, I don't want her in range of this easy archer, so she's gonna, and then I'll shut my eyes, and when I open them, they are glowing purple, and her pupils are now red, and I will be looking through Sierra's eyes to see what I see or hear what I hear. Both work.
And you said you're setting Sierra up like above the wall slightly?
Yeah, I'm trying to like make her, appear like she's just another creature. Like she's not going to, hi guys. But
she sees there's not a lot of guards on the wall. She sees some like serpent-like people. They have like humanoid, they have legs and arms, but they're very scaly. You'd almost think they were lizard folk if their heads were not shaped like cobras. And then
and how many of them? Like
on the wall, not as many, well, depending on how many you're expecting. It's a very wide wall, but on the one stretch of wall that's closest to you guys, there's about 20 walking across it. And the wall is about 15 feet wide. So they're kind of walking past each other, walking back and forth. You do notice there's one serpent-looking creature. There's two guards, like kind of patrolling along, like at stations. They look almost entirely serpent, except that they have arms. They have serpent head, serpent body, serpent tail, humanoid arms, wielding what look like clubs, but like look like clubs that someone tried to make into a sharp object, like they tried to sharpen the edges. And is Sierra trying to look down inside as well?
So the way it works is I'm in her vision and I can still communicate with her as long as she's within 100 feet of me. So
Okay.
I'd be telling her, which direction to look and everything telepathically.
Okay. So are you going to try to tell her to go like inside as well?
Does it look safe enough for her to go inside?
They
Like-
kind of are just like, they're all like rushing about, and you can see from where
Distracted.
She can see from where she is that there's a bunch of them inside the walls. It's like a fortress city, like I said, and they're all like kind of moving around doing their own thing, like preparing.
Is where based off of the conversations we've had, towards the center of the city where the tower that then would lead to whatever this altar underground is there a way in there?
Into
Like,
the
could she
tower,
just-
there's several windows.
Okay.
Well, by windows, I mean like how you see in like
So-
castles where like the little
Yeah.
outcropping that like people can see out of.
Okay. I'll have her come back because I'm sure that was probably getting to the limit of being
Yeah.
on the outside the walls of what I could see. And she'll blink and come out of it and tell the group everything she saw. It looks pretty chaotic, so maybe we could get around if we are careful, but they're pretty... There's a lot of them.
All right. Did it look like Epo could fit through?
The
A
windows?
window?
Anything. There's some places she's been able to get into and others that don't accommodate her size.
Was there a door?
From what you saw, Farrell, the door into the tower and like the other doors that look like they could lead places from what you could see, person-sized.
Yeah. Like,
She could go through the main entrance.
maybe not into the tower?
You know,
Do we?
you might be good as a good distraction.
Can we tell how thick the walls are?
They were about 15 feet,
15 feet.
from what
Yeah.
she saw.
You don't say.
Interesting.
Do we want a passageway through this wall at a point that we think would be most advantageous?
Just take us straight through.
That would be nice. I think
Okay.
I know where you're going with this,
I can do that.
though I don't have it prepared myself.
I can use the staff to basically create a passageway through the wall. 8 feet wide, 5 feet wide, 8 feet tall. Is oh god, I'm forgetting all the names. Your dragon.
Which
Epo?
like Epo,
Epo?
or
Epo. That one. Yeah, Epo.
Epo.
Is
She has a
Epo
longer
huge?
name, but I figured it would be best to just stick with her short version.
Eponymous Rex.
I don't. Cole, how big is she?
She's, I'd say, like right on the cusp of being between large and huge.
Okay.
So if we're looking at a mini, she'd be about a 20 by 20 circle, whereas so she would take up about 40 feet of space.
So theoretically, what if she was half as big?
And she'd be a large creature, but she could probably still work her way into some of those doors.
Because pass wall is not concentration, so I can create the passageway, shrink down Epo, and then we can sneak inside.
Aren't you gonna need those spells for other things?
Well, I'm using the staff, and I can get those slots back when magic starts coming at us. And
Leave
I
that
can
up to
cast
you.
enlarge reduce at will from the staff.
Oh,
I'll leave it up to you. She's a good distraction, if it comes to it.
True.
And I can always bring her back. Sorry, Epo.
He's like,
It's been useful.
as
I-
you said multiple times.
If there is a section of the wall that we can go through I would rather us try and remain as unseen as possible so that we don't have an entire fortress of snake folks trying to come down on us.
Could I see where there was the least amount of, like, what would be a good spot in the wall? Could I have been able to tell what would be the
Ironically enough, near the front gate, because they do not count on people going through there, and all of their operations are more towards the back.
Can we get a bead on, like, how smart these guys are?
Well, Blackwood, whenever he fought them, some of them are extremely intelligent,
Okay.
but that's like the higher ups. The
Right,
brutes
like
and the half-bloods.
minions.
Well, the brutes and half-bloods are what Farrell saw. The brutes and half-bloods, metaing here, the brutes have an intelligence score of 7. The half-bloods have an intelligence score of 4.
Cool.
Question about the gate. Just curiosity. What type of gate is this? Is it like one with a big wooden beam, or is it one with like a lever or something like that that could be flipped?
It's
open it.
like a lever, but it's steel doors.
But the lever could be flipped and the door could be opened.
Yeah.
They're not really guarding the front gate, and Sierra can flip a lever
Well, if
if you don't want to burn whatever hours.
I wouldn't offer if I wasn't all right with it. I am worried that if we open the gate, that's a big sign that someone opened the gate and came in.
It could also be a big distraction.
This is also true.
Just a thought.
We can't hear
Storm,
you if
are
you're talking, Storm.
So potentially make the pass wall get to a safe location. Send your baby dragon to open the door.
She glares at you.
She's like, I am not a baby.
Ever
I am a
since then-
powerful beast.
Yes, yeah, we know.
I am queen of the skies.
Oh, okay.
I think that could be a good idea. Draw them away from where we're heading.
Mm-hmm.
And-
though, if we're not going to have something there for them to...
Oh, I can put an illusion there. That's what you want. I just need to be
Oh.
close.
All right.
Okay.
It's not a very good one, but
Well,
I
that
mean,
may-
we're running
It'll
around in
distract
circles,
them
so
for-
They
a
may not
minute.
notice.
All right. Is this what we're going to do? We got to make a decision. We're running out of time.
I like it.
Yes, we'll make the pass wall through, and then... how long does your illusion last?
1 minute.
Do you need to be there to cast it?
I need to be within 30 feet to cast it, and then I can keep moving.
Well, the pass wall lasts for an hour, so...
Oh, wait.
And you're probably quiet enough that you could be there and then sneak back to us.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
I think I can cast it through Syrah, to be honest.
Yeah.
If she's your familiar, I
I-
think you can.
Yeah,
you can.
I can touch her, and she can go cast the spell for me, which it increases the range a lot.
Yeah, well,
So yeah,
all right. Do we want to do the gate first so that they're distracted by that, and then do the pass wall so that they're already moving when we go in?
depends where you want to put the pass wall. If you want to put it near the gate, that's a little too far.
Yeah.
Do I recall where the entrance to the undercroft of the city would be?
Ironically enough, so the tower goes above ground and below ground.
Tight. Is it the kind of situation where the tower happens to be equidistant from the wall at all times?
Yep.
Love that. Well then,
No,
I'd
it's
say,
slightly off center.
Hey, you never know. You never know. It could be. I don't know.
Listen, when the god of this world has OCD, that means it's in the center.
So, like, if this is the wall around the city, and like if this is the gate, we could put the pass wall like there, so that they're going that way, and we can just cut right across to the middle, to the tower, and hopefully get under the tower before they even know we're there.
Sure.
If that sounds good to you guys.
Yeah.
For expediency, we're gonna. So to clarify, you're opening the pass wall like on the side.
Yeah.
You are having Syrah open the gate and cast an illusion.
Mhm.
And then y'all are just gonna book it and get to the door that leads underground.
Yep. And I'm going to cast reduce on
Epo.
Epo to get so that she actually fits through the pass wall.
All right. So I'm gonna describe all of this as a difference. So, what is the illusion Epo casts? Or not Epo, Syrah.
Syrah casts actually as big as she possibly can. Well, I would do it. Basically, it's Epo, but Syrah as Epo. She's trying to So this entire time, all of them are discussing where to put the passage after she gave her feedback. It's Syrah and Farrell arguing over what to put there. And finally, it's like, okay, fine, that's a good balance. So yeah, it is. She's gonna flip the lever, and then on the other side, they're gonna see her standing there, and then the illusion is gonna grow out of her, and she's gonna use that as a distraction to cut off and go find us and come back to us.
So that happens, and about 75 Ophidian brutes and about 130 Ophidian half-bloods, because I rolled, they did not see through it. I didn't roll for all of them. I rolled individually.
Can I ask something? Did Syrah see them all go running out?
Yeah.
Okay, she would have held up that and done one more thing, if she can.
What's she gonna do?
Once they got outside the gate, she'd shut the gate on them.
Okay, so there are 210 Ophidians outside the walls,
So good.
leaving only a few in the walls. And as you all book for the door, there was a lone guy there who was coming back out, opening the door as you guys are about to be like in his face. I'm assuming Bob is in the front.
Take him out,
As the
Bob.
fighter. Bob, how do you swing at this Ophidian's half-blood who has 12 HP?
Oh my god.
I'm about to destroy this whole man's career.
His whole life.
So he opens
Take
the
it
door
away.
and
I
is
can use
bringing
that.
out what looks like human body parts that have been feasted on, and he sees this dwarf just in his face. What do you do to him? I'm not gonna make you roll to attack. You would cleave the span into pieces,
Okay.
unless you
Okay,
want to roll
I'm,
damage.
I mean, I'm a pole arm master, so that's my thing. Is I've got a big glaive. I'm just gonna do the color guard swing and just stab.
So you stab him, and your glaive is actually, because serpent folk half-bloods are what happens when a halfling because serpent folk half-bloods are not all former Yuan-Tis. The only Yuan-Ti ones are the ones who have retained their intelligence. Brutes and half-bloods are what happens when other races become Ophidian. So you basically just stabbed a dwarf or a halfling all the way through, and just his upper half is sitting on the top of your glaive's blade as his lower half falls down. You dissected him. And then the door's open, so you all and Ipo can fit, and Ipo is very not happy about being smaller. She's like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate
It's
this,
useful.
I hate this.
It's useful. You get to come with me this time.
Fine! So as y'all get down, and I'm getting us close the door behind you, do you do anything to bar it?
Sure. Are we going down like a tunnel?
What? Sorry?
Down the passage.
Bar the door.
A passage thing?
Do you do anything to bar or block the door?
What kind of door?
The pass wall?
No.
Into the tower.
Into the tower down in the ground.
What kind of door was it?
It's a metal door.
Does it have a locking mechanism?
It has a little bar you can slide back and forth.
Like a
Well, like a big, like, say I'm Bob, this is what it looks like on next to Bob.
Carol's gonna pull out a stone. She has a little pouch that she keeps of these stones, and she's gonna pull out that stone, and she's gonna go, Bob, the heavy, and she's gonna set it inside, like where the latch where the bar would slide, but she's gonna push it all the way through and then stick it there and go, can you just, maybe just like with your fist, just force it there to jam it?
I can try.
You don't need to. It's very easy to do. Like you just and you pop it.
Anyone else?
I will tap the door with my staff and cast Arcane Lock, which magically locks it, basically increases the DC to open the door by 10.
Physical lock?
Why didn't we not try that before?
Well, I mean,
that would have been so much easier.
I basically just enhanced what you already did, though.
Yeah.
To be fair, some people can just go poof to that.
Are you guys going to keep talking about this, or are we going to go?
Yeah, let's move.
Doors are very important.
Agreed. But this one's been taken care of. Unless
So-
someone wants to sing sweet nothings to it.
All right. Raise your hand if you have dark vision. Wonderful. I figured, but so it is dim. So basically, you do see it as just like gray, like you don't see any colors or anything, but you can see down, and there's nothing. It's a barren, like the hallways have been just complete. Everything's been removed, and it's straight. And unlike the spiral staircase leading up in the tower, this one goes straight down, and you can see a light at the very bottom that is a glowing white light.
Do you want me to sneak down first before the clanking starts, or you just want to go straight in?
It would be good to get an idea of what's down there, if you don't
Gotcha.
mind.
Before we move to, I'm going to, it seems like it's probably not going to be as much of an issue, but just in case, I'm going to activate my Eyes of the Grave. So my eyes glow like a kind of brilliant
Love it.
sapphire blue, and I can locate any undead within 60 feet of me that isn't behind total cover or protected from divination magic.
Okay.
So it's kind of a quick blast.
No undead that you can tell.
Okay.
Ray will just say, like, keep your eyes open for runes, arcane markings on the walls that might be triggered. If you have anything to leave a marking on them, we can dispel them as we go, so that we have an easier time getting out of here. And I'll be double checking behind you just in case.
All right. I guess I'm leading. So I will start inching my way down, searching for any traps possibly on my way.
Perception check.
Oh wait.
18.
All right, Pharrell rolls better than Karina when it comes to looking for things.
Hey!
We love
so
Karina.
we love Karina. I love Karina.
Karina's pretty good at perception.
No, she is.
She's actually really good at perception.
But the rolls just don't always help her.
Oh, that's fair. It's like a passive like 20 something or something insane if I remember.
So as you're walking down, you pass no less than like 17 traps that you can find, all magical based. And they're
It's
everywhere.
just-
Walls, doors, everything. So you're like marking and like getting out of the way.
Yep.
And
I'm
they're-
literally just pointing them out and avoiding them as best I can.
And that's with your 18 perception. Okay. Following right behind, Ray, I need you to give me a perception.
I'm going to be casting basically I can cast detect magic at will, so I am just constantly.
She missed 4 traps that were all on the ceiling. And you notice that they're starting to be like, because after she walked past,
Oh.
a type of vapor entering the room through glyphs.
Okay. There. How many are there for that?
4.
4. Cool.
I would have re-triggered False Life before I started this just to have it.
Yeah,
'cause
you're fine.
It expires every... I'll just say every day at the start she casts Mage Armor and she just every hour casts False Life because she could just keep spamming it.
So, yeah, so there's 4, and there's a vapor coming out of glyphs, magical glyphs.
Are the glyphs like? I have dispel magic from the staff, which I can do a lot. Not at will, but I still have plenty of charges at the moment. Are the glyphs each their own individual magical effect that would need to be dispelled?
They appear to be one trap, so she actually only missed 1 trap.
Okay, then
It was
I
a
will.
DC 20.
Oh boy. Then I will. I'll use the staff and I will cast dispel magic on those glyphs.
All right,
Just-
it is dispelled, and
She's short.
the vapor just dissipates.
Sorry. I don't...
It's all good.
I'm short.
That's why they put them on the ceiling. No one ever looks up there. I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for the spell.
Actually, I haven't seen one up on the ceiling. It's interesting. I'll have to remember that. Okay. Did you have any on the ceiling in your place that got broken into?
Yes. That's how you know they're real professionals.
And it still didn't...
Like I said, they were real professionals.
She keeps moving.
So that gets you guys down to the base floor, and you can kind of, Farrell, you can see the room. The next room is very well lit, and there is a glowing white glyph, and there are a bunch of Ophidians, snake people, chanting and raising their hands from what you can see through the door, which is only like 2 of you wide and a little bit taller than, let's say, Ray would be. So from your narrow vision, you could see about 4 people conducting a ritual.
She kind of does the whole... And... and then realizes nobody understands the hand signal that she would use for thieves' cant to tell you that there was magic. So she goes,
If Ray sees
and she
you,
just points at Ray and goes,
I cast message. I cast message and I whisper and I just say, "What is it? What do you see?" And then you can reply to it.
We're at a big magic road.
Are they doing the ritual? Are we?
I think that would be a good assumption.
All right. Well,
Unless they're just staring at the pretty light.
well, come on back here real quick and we'll figure out how we want to get in there.
Okay. I'll
If you don't mind, of course.
go back. Come back like the 20 or 30 or whatever feet they are away from me. So, 4 rune in the middle of the floor.
And it was a very big glyph, like
Yeah.
extremely large.
And I assume it's got the white light shooting out of it.
Yep.
How
I
large?
could.
Sorry, keep going.
No, I was just going to say I could try to dispel it, but I don't know if it's going to work.
How large is the room?
How large is the room, Dan?
From what you could tell, it looked like the ceilings were very tall. You couldn't tell how wide the room was from the angle you were at. You could tell it was pretty long. So it was a pretty big room.
Pretty big. There could be
Right.
others hiding in there, but I couldn't see them.
Okay.
Does seem kind of odd. Only 4.
Well, they did have a couple of hundred up there.
That's true.
Plus, I have no doubt this has all been entirely too easy. We should absolutely expect more to happen.
Yes.
Be very anticlimactic if this was the end of this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it would
I'm
be
kind
nice.
of okay with it.
But the reality
I mean,
is
it's been
that
nice.
this probably isn't the only place that they're doing this.
Just in case, I'm gonna cast Death Ward on myself while we're here.
Just so everybody knows, if you're within 30 feet of me, you get a +5 to your bonus saving throws. You have resistance to damage from spells, and you cannot be frightened.
I'm going to stay very close to you.
30 feet?
30 feet.
Just can't keep in 30 feet then.
Taking my spell mantle game and not super
This-
useful.
Farrell's gonna pull out her dagger and kind of flip it in her hand, and you would notice this white dagger. It looks relatively dull. Like it isn't gonna cut very well. And she's just gonna hold it up. I can help people out a little bit, but I don't know if it's that good.
What is it?
Points. Meta, I can do Aura of Life, Aura of Purity, or Beacon of Hope out of this dagger.
Ooh.
Heck yeah.
Get it.
So
All right.
it's
Well-
just a flavor. Normally it's a crook, but I didn't want it made no sense for her to be carrying a
Do,
crook, so I skinned it.
Atropa, you feel a presence leave, and you can tell that whatever your god did is no longer being withheld. So the
You can
ritual
move.
is
Continuing.
continuing
Yeah.
as planned. You have another
Time is
1
going.
hour until the ethereal process is done before it starts to manifest physically.
I can probably take one out before they even know I'm there. But other than that, you guys gotta move fast.
We'll
Sure.
wait then till you strike, and that'll be the signal for at the very least Bob to get in there.
Okay.
I can't take them all out, but
I think
can
you
help.
could,
I can
Bob. I
try.
think you could. but
17
we'll-
hours remaining.
All right,
Majora's
let's get in there.
Mask vibes.
It's just I was gonna say just Majora's Mask. Like
I'm assuming we are visual at this point. We're not invisible anymore at this point.
Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
warned. We wouldn't have been invisible when I cast Enlarge.
Oh,
Or
that's
redu-
right. I forgot you
reduce.
cast
Yeah,
so much.
Yeah.
Cat.
so. The door's there.
Uh,
What? How are we beginning this?
Are we actually
Ah.
beginning this?
mhm.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
holding?
No. Go ahead and do what you're gonna do.
Oh, okay. I was gonna sneak right to the edge of the doorway, basically. And I was trying to look up. I was like, oh, hey, I'm a rogue. I have things. I didn't remember this part. Also, my cat is like flicking her tail on my hand. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I can. Actually, I'm gonna. Can I just ask the group this? Because I can either hit them all with fairy fire and give you all advantage, or meta-wise, or I can try and take one out. Which would you prefer?
I already have pretty good bonuses with my stuff. I don't think I need fairy fire.
It just gives you an extra shot at nat 20. So
Fair enough. You got me there.
it's up to you.
I
Bob?
think the strategist in Ray would probably go for fairy fire,
Okay.
but
And
I'll
you
leave
see
it.
them all go sparkly.
Oh.
All right. And if maybe everyone could hold back, I can cast. Well, how many are in there?
4.
What did you do for?
4. I don't know if I want to use that for 4.
Oh, you're casting fairy fire, Pharaoh?
I'm waiting for everybody to get in position because the minute I cast it, everybody else I think is going ham and running in.
I'm
So
ready.
did you want to do something first?
If you
You were saying something you didn't know if you wanted to use it on 4.
She's gonna save it.
Okay. Then are we good? Everybody knows what they're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You gotta place this fairy fire right in the center of that rune, basically trying to blast them all at the 60-foot
Hey,
or the 20-foot, excuse me, 20-foot cube. And it's a 60-foot range, so I assume I'm within range.
you are. You blast them with fairy fire, and they all just turn their heads and look directly at you.
Great. Yeah, this is familiar. Dex saving throws from all of them, please.
$19, $22, $5, and 3.
The 19 meets beats, and the 22 obviously does. The rest fail.
Okay. They're aware of your presence now. Is anyone charging in?
You know what?
Well, you had a
Why
thing.
not? I'm.
Go, Bob, go!
So Bob and
Probably, yeah.
Go.
Hold on.
we're not gonna do
Hold me
full
back,
combat.
hold
We're
me
gonna.
back.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Do it.
Okay.
Go ham.
Whew. Bob, you run out, and immediately, as soon as you walk through the door, you feel a psst in your side, and you turn, and you see one of 7 heads piercing your arm on this side, and you are thrown, and you are in the middle of the room now, not near the 4 guys. There are more than one Hydra in this room.
Hi, Chaz.
I turn around and go, might have missed something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are, and I'm assuming
we
since
missed that.
Angle ran in right after, Angle,
No,
you see.
she didn't.
You only see the one. You only know there's one snack because you saw one snack head.
Right.
Bob, there in front of you there are 2 Hydras, and you can hear
no.
hissing
Wait.
behind you.
They would have been
Oh,
hit in the
no.
20-foot radius of
Nope,
my
because the
spell.
middle of the room is the room is way bigger than 20 feet.
Okay.
Yeah,
So they were more than
So
20
Bob
feet away from
got-
the guys.
yeah.
Bob got
Bob-
caught on their way out and then thrown into the center of.
You don't. Ooh.
I'm trying.
I'm
Sorry,
gonna
I'm
roll-
trying to like.
Yeah, she got thrown towards the peeps, the 4 dudes, but didn't quite get to them. But you're close to them now. So there's those 4 guys behind you, and you hear hissing and something behind you. So there's clearly at least one more. And now, before we end the night, I get to roll the first bit of damage.
Oh, yeah,
Uh-oh.
I should have
And
done
it
what I was
is-
gonna do.
Goodbye.
It's 98.
What?
How did I miss 2 giant
What?
hydras?
Because they were on the edge, like
Two
outside the
fish,
door.
two giant
They were
hackers.
basically guarding the door, waiting to see if anyone was going to run through.
I was led astray.
Didn't peek
To be,
around the
in my
corner.
defense, I didn't roll. It was just
and I have
told
your
to
and
me.
I have your AC. So they rolled a 20 to hit.
No.
Your AC is 19, and that is 52 piercing.
Oh,
dang.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
Okay.
So that's how we start. And that's going to do it for today, everybody. Join us back next time on the Tragedy of Etharis, where we start our first combat encounter, and I'll go ahead and say there are 3 Hydras in this room. Hydras are not very high challenge rating, so I will say you do know one of them's a lot bigger than the other 2. The one that bit you is about 3 times the size of the other 2 Hydras.
This is fine.
There's 2 normal Hydras. So there's 2 normal Hydras, and then there's this guy is what bit you.
Gross.
Oh.
Gross.
Awesome.
So that's what we're going to pick up at the beginning of session 2 of the Tragedy of Etharis. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode, enjoyed watching at home. I hope my players enjoyed this. And next week, we're going to stop with Bob getting to attack something.
Go ham, Bob.
Bob getting to go crazy.
Get it?
Level 20 fighter. They can do some, as we saw with Serpent Etharis, which you guys probably haven't seen yet. Fighters can do some crazy things at level 20.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's going to do us for here at Lakeside Legendz. We'll see you next time down by the lakeside.